Hi. Hello. This is what I do every time, by the way, when I say hi at the beginning of the stream. Y'all just don't see it, but now you
Even
can
when
see
you're
me
off
again.
camera?
Yeah, no, I do
Okay.
the hello. No, I talk with my hands all the time, so. Well, this has been an interesting week. YouTube seems to like being an asshole to me, which has been fun. There have been on 3 separate occasions. I have almost gotten to 300, and then they take 40 subscribers away from me. So,
yeah.
Yay. Thank you, YouTube. I don't know why you do the things you do or why you are the way you are, but thank you so much, YouTube. We're just gonna let that hang there. Yeah. You're gonna make me look like a narcissist.
Yeah.
Perfect co-host. Perfect co-host. Hello.
I did it.
All of you humans and various species that are in my chat at the moment. Oh yeah, you know what? We'll blame Josh. Yeah.
Oh.
And yeah, Clobbering Time, his is worse. Because he got that big boost from on the Inquisition, Doomcock and Gary shouted him out.
Yep.
And
almost to 1,000. And then
I watched him almost hit 1,000. Yeah.
And then you can just watch it going down again. Like, what? Why?
Yeah, no.
There we go.
I know. I watched it because I was getting ready to tweet out that you would hit 1,000 because you were at like 960, and then I looked again later that day. Yeah, you were back down to like 750 or something crazy. It was crazy. I have no idea what the hell's going on with YouTube. But yay, excellent! I gotta love it.
Do you though?
No, I don't. I absolutely hate it. And today's lighting is brought to you by clouds. Lovely clouds, which have decided that at the last second they didn't want sun to shine through my window and provide decent lighting. So now I'm actually doing appropriate lighting because of my thumbnail. So, you know, light side and dark side.
Oh, people have to sub and watch for 5 minutes. Is that a thing? Like in order to stay subbed?
So you're telling me that what?
Okay.
That's weird. You didn't know about the Gary? I thought that's what I was told, that you got a Gary Doomcock shout out.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I think you got a shout out on the Inquisition. Yeah,
that's what I heard. I don't watch I haven't watched the Inquisition for over a year now. I mean, I can't. It's 9 p.m. on a Sunday night, and I work. So it's like I don't know why I would bother.
Yeah, I rarely catch it live.
Yeah, when they moved it to like that 9 p.m. slot, I just stopped watching it, and I haven't watched it since. And that was like over a year ago. Changed it for the Watchmen thing.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. After that, I never got back to it because it was like, I work. I don't want to stay up till. I'm not going to stay up till 3 a.m. So. Yeah, I've been hearing that for a few days now. All new subs need to watch at least 5 minutes for the sub to stay. That's stupid. That's really stupid. I don't understand.
Well, yeah, that's kind of stupid because if you get a shout out, then people are gonna like, okay, I'll go sub to that person, but they're still watching the stream that you got the shout out from. So if it unsubs you almost immediately, what's the point?
I don't know, but that's fun. That's a glorious way to ensure that shout outs don't happen on YouTube, which benefits everyone.
Yeah, it does.
There's no like, oh, this one side and this one side does it. It's like, no, everyone benefits from shout outs. Literally everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So, That's really stupid. What if I subscribe to somebody because someone's like, oh, their content's good, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wait a few days to get out, and like a few days later, that's when I get to watching them, and I'm unsubscribed. Then is that the case?
Mm-hmm.
What's the point?
I guess.
Like the whole point of a shout out is to like, hey, you should go watch this person's shit because I like it, right? And if you like somebody, then the likelihood of another person producing content similar, if they like them, that's how it works. So it's called ensuring they don't have to monetize your videos. Well, I wasn't planning on getting monetized ever anyway, so. Also, don't they benefit from monetization?
Well, because YouTube can now put ads on any video they want. If your channel is not monetized, you don't get any of it. Yeah, they changed that rule recently. So for instance, YouTube could, if they wanted to, put an ad in front of your live streams, and they'll get money for it, but you won't. Isn't that wonderful? Did I break Eris?
That sounds a bit illegal. I don't know. That sounds... I'm trying to think of another scenario where that would happen, and I can't figure one out. Because I was thinking, like, okay, so it's like this. But I can't think of anything, and now I'm confused and lost, and I don't...
Yeah, everyone's saying, Josh, I think you broke Eris. Eris locked up.
I don't... I've never heard of that before. That's like, hey, let me make money off of you, but not pay you. You know what? I actually can think of a time period when that happened in U.S. history. I can think, hey, I'm going to make a bunch of money off of you, but I'm not going to pay you anything.
We'll pay you in exposure.
So, they don't even do that. Buffering. What? It's also strange because I'm still subbed to a ton of channels that I've never watched. I bet you anything it's happened recently. I bet you anything. That's crazy. Oh, women with glasses. Yeah, I am a woman with the glasses because I have not perfect eyesight. By the way, I do really dislike people who wear glasses. Like, if you would wear sunglasses is totally different. But if you have perfect vision and you wear frames without lenses because you think it's a fashion statement, I despise you.
Yeah.
Not because, it's not like, oh, because you're being ableist or anything. It's like, no, because it's stupid. It's dumb. I don't understand. It's just,
Yeah, I love when I'm just like, especially when I was back in like high school and I was younger,
mm-hmm.
and I was doing a lot of sports.
Mm-hmm.
When my glasses fall off in the field, that's a wonderful feeling.
Yep. Yep. Let's see. Well, the thing is if it's okay. If they're trying to make it so people aren't shouting others out and that's how they boost in subscribers, then I don't know, that doesn't benefit anybody. That's a loss for every single person. But that's not something that YouTube hasn't done before either. YouTube is notorious for doing things that benefit absolutely no one, including themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been on this platform for almost 10 years, as I like to put it. I've been on this platform. It might actually be longer than 10 years. I don't remember, but I've been on this platform since PewDiePie was yelling at barrels in custom amnesia, what is it? What were they called? This is a custom amnesia little games that they would make.
Mods?
Custom stories. That's what they call them. Amnesia custom stories. So I've been around for a long time, and they have done some really dumb things, but that seems especially dumb because in the world, like outside of YouTube, in the world of business, people do shout outs all the time. They just don't consider it shout outs. They're called recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I went to this awesome Japanese restaurant. You should try it. There you go.
Yeah, word of mouth.
So, and then that person, if they go there, then they probably wouldn't have gone there had that person not talked about it, because they may not even have known it existed. So.
Yeah. Yeah, the really frustrating thing about YouTube is because of how big they are, if they wanted to really flex their muscle, all the other companies that keep you doing the adpocalypse would be begging to let them put ads on their videos.
Yeah, it's like watching a giant, like a godlike creature, like whimpering and cowering in fear of
over chihuahuas or something.
Yeah, something like a water bottle.
Mm-hmm.
You're just like,
it's like
okay.
YouTube is consistently one of the most visited sites on the planet. Act like it.
Yes. So.
Vox wrote an article about how much they hate YouTubers. Okay.
Good for them.
All right,
whatever. Probably because their YouTubers are doing better jobs at journalism than Vox is.
Well, Vox has been garbage for years.
Oh yeah, no, but it's just like, yeah, I would probably hate someone. I went to get a degree in something, and I got a job, and I'm really shit at it. But there's a bunch of people who didn't go to college at all. They're doing a better job at my job than what. I'd probably hate them too, but maybe you need to look at them.
It's called get good.
Yeah, get good. Yeah, exactly. GG, my dudes. GG. So, Vox never wasn't garbage. Yeah, no.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So
that's like saying the Mary Sue was a credible website.
Yeah. It's like, I love it. I love it when people tell me that, oh, you have this thing called internalized misogyny because you disagree with me. I guess, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So I'm so excited for this video. And yes, we can blame Josh again about this video because this was his pick.
I was the one that found it. Yay.
Big yay.
We spent about 45 minutes looking for something
during our meeting. We could figure out.
We didn't know. We didn't know until Wednesday what the show would be about today.
Yeah, we were just kind of like, couldn't find anything because there's nothing happening in pop culture for the most part. There's no big movies that really came out, and that's kind of something that I feel like I think you and I could have run into. Because eventually, it's like, okay, movies need to start coming out, and I need to start give me garbage takes. I need you to give me some garbage takes, people. But it's like, come on, you woke people, bring it inside of you, and tell me awful take that you have to give, and I'm so what were we looking at? I can't remember all the things that we were looking at, but you ended up finding this one, and it's 20 minutes long, which means we're going to be here for 24 hours. And it's I haven't looked into it at all. Sometimes I skim the videos before we start, or I look in the comment section. And the only thing I saw in the comment section that I thought was funny was, and I don't know if they were putting this ironically or they actually like meant this. Someone said that nobody hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans. And I think we even talked about it in our meeting.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We were looking at the comments.
I was like, what is this? What do you mean only oh, no one hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans? It's like, yeah, as opposed to who? Who's gonna hate your property more than somebody who's invested in it? If you don't care about a property, they're not gonna hate it.
Yeah, it's the same thing we see with all the other franchises that have been ruined over the years. The people who've been largely complaining about it are the people who've loved it for years and have felt disrespected by the franchises they love. Yeah. While they've produced shit, and then all the Twitter bots out there are like, "Yay, this is so good. This is so inclusive." Star Trek was always political.
It was, but it was just also cleverly written.
It was also smart.
Yeah, but
they didn't have a ship that was run on mushroom spores
that spun in order to warp
and then teleported. And if the ship can teleport, what's the point of warp engines?
I love the idea that someone with really bad motion sickness like myself is on the Enterprise that flipped, or whatever the hell their ship was called. I don't even know if it was the Enterprise.
No, that was the Discovery.
Oh no, you triggered Mark. Oh my goodness.
Well, I may or may not have been trolling him in his chat earlier.
You did something earlier? YouTube! When I have notifications on, the whole point of that is to give me notifications.
I know, I didn't get notified either. I just happened to be on YouTube and I saw he was live. Thanks, YouTube.
I'm the one that keeps making him get more subscribers because he wants to have negative subscribers so bad.
Wait, are you saying you keep shouting him out?
Yeah, he's one of the people on my awesome channels list. I always have him up there so that one day he wants to. What was it? The plaid of negative somewhat subscribers. I love this idea of just
he's at 77 subs now.
Yes. Excellent, good.
Excellent, Smithers.
Oh my god. Yes. We are very close. 78 now. Pat S.
But yeah, he was on he had Story on earlier.
Well, you know what? Also subscribe to Chris. The plaid YouTube button of negative subscriptions. Now. Yes, so go subscribe. Chris will never put out content, but just go subscribe to him. At least one person needs to go subscribe to him so he can't have negatives.
Wait, Chris actually showed up on Mark's stream earlier. They had a very insightful conversation.
They're in the chat?
No. No, Chris actually came on. And you missed it.
I'm offended. I don't know what I'm offended over, but I'm offended.
You're a millennial. You're supposed to be offended.
You're a millennial too. No. I will not. Ugh. Oh my god. Ha! You will will never. No one. You'll neither confirm or deny. I am offended. Number one. That is triggering. I'm not sure why it's triggering, but it's triggering. So, that's rude. That's a rude. I don't appreciate rudes here. Here at Eris of Chaos, we do not do rudes. All right, no rude isms are allowed. So, I'm a rudophobic. The event of the decade. That's so mean. So rude. Oh my god. All right, I'm over it. You want to watch a video?
Sure.
Yeah. See? Yes. There you go. I don't know. We all know that Chris is constantly on 12 different channels wrenching. He doesn't sleep. So,
He's called the Master Wrencher for a reason.
Yeah, you don't just get that title because you're a wrench like me on one channel. I got that wrench without my consent too, so I would just like to say that. Steven threw a wrench at my face and all of a sudden I was blue. I was like, no, what have you done? Don't do that. Anyway, so let's get this party started. I'm so excited. Oh, if y'all haven't been able to tell by the title and the thumbnail and all this other and my shirt. We're doing Return of the Jedi today. Some guy decided to be oh, Return of the Jedi sucks. And here's why. And actually, there's a part 2.
Oh, there is.
Probably not going to watch it, but there is a part 2.
Okay.
So, to be fair, I did end the show. Oh my god, that was mean. Holy shit. Oh my god.
I was actually going to pull it up so Eris could see the conversation, and
it's okay.
When it just ends. Yeah,
he
just ends it.
That's hilarious. Let me save you 6 hours. No. I would say, out of the trilogy,
I think it's the weakest of the originals.
Yeah, I think it's the weakest. I would say it's 2, 1, 3 of the originals. Empire, OG, and then Return. I would say that's kind of in general what I would say.
Probably agree with it. I'm a little hesitant because the original Star Wars movie is the only one that can stand completely up by itself.
That's true. That is true. If you're talking about that, then obviously one. I have a poster of Empire because Empire is my favorite, but the OG is the OG. It was just called Star Wars, and I want to get my hands on the poster of it just being Star Wars. The original one where, Leia doesn't look anything like Leia. And you have Darth Vader's face in the background. You have Luke holding up, and it's like a cross. His lightsaber is almost like a cross. Oh, that's why they got the idea for Kylo Ren. God, is anything original in the sequel trilogy? Anything?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, the Ewoks. When I was a kid, I loved the Ewoks. They were adorable. But when I've rewatched it as an adult, it's kind of like, what are we doing here, guys? Why? Why are they there? I don't know. I don't know why they're there. So actually after the first time I saw I thought you were talking about a different movie for a second. I saw Return of the Jedi at the cinema in 1983. I hated it for 30 years, and then Disney happened. No, it is flawed. It's a flawed movie.
Yeah.
But I think it's hilarious that the movie itself is hilarious now. There's an added benefit of the time having passed that they have decided to make this sequel trilogy. And now there's a layer of hilarity at the end that there was never there before Rise of Skywalker came out. Because now you have to watch the end of the movie, knowing Palpatine survived that.
Yes.
And it is amazing. It's like, oh, where? Oh, and like there's a huge chunk of the Death Star that survives along
despite
with
it being atomized.
and yes, and not only that, but the glass in the throne room, right? The glass in the room where the Vader and Luke's final confrontation take place, the glass is still there. And everything works. There's no like electric damage at all. And yeah, there's just stormtrooper bodies in the hallway because yeah, those are, you know, it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. So unintended comedy as a result. So that was Sith glass. Oh, that was Sith glass, Mark. Okay.
Okay. Transparent aluminum?
Wrong franchise.
Oh.
Wrong franchise.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
All right.
Oh my god. We put this window over there. I put you over here. Oh my gosh, is there like a little... Is there a line? There's a line. It's okay. I just have this feeling, you know what I mean? There's a disturbance in the force, and I haven't pushed the button for play yet. I don't have a good feeling about this. To be fair, when they brought the Emperor back in the EU, the dark wave that escapes the core after his death is... And Return of the Jedi is his soul that goes into... Yeah, look, but... In Rise of Skywalker, the Palpatine that you're seeing in Rise of Skywalker is the original Palpatine. It's not a clone. Because they actually say it in the movie. That it's not a clone. So.
Even though they did later state that it is a clone. But then it doesn't make any sense as to why the body's all like...
Yes, so even they're like, oh, it was a clone. But it's like, but then why does his body look like shit? So,
I guess you could say the dark side is the gateway to powers that and abilities that some might consider to be unnatural.
Unnatural.
And that's why the clone body was screwed up. It was an unnatural cloning.
Yeah, I still like the EFAP theory, where like Palpatine was just so impatient he couldn't wait for it to like fully form. So like Palpatine, it would be like 60% done, and like Palpatine would just be like, "No, I need it now."
Once more, I need that body because I'm about to explode.
Yes, so great. I like that theory because it's funnier, but it's like they could never make up their mind, like whether or not.
Oh, I like Happy Dinosaurs theory.
Yeah, Palpatine clone tried to deep fry a turkey and failed. Oh no.
That is pretty dangerous. So
I feel like there's a reference there that I'm not getting.
Oh, have you never tried to deep fry a frozen turkey?
I've never tried to deep fry anything, actually.
Okay, yeah. If you get a fryer, if you get like a little fryer, you can deep fry something that's frozen. However, you need to be extremely careful when you do that. If you have like too much oil, it can explode.
If Thrawn, I don't know anything about the Thrawn trilogy, but if Rebellion would have been decimated, Is he the one that's like the master tactician?
I believe so.
What? I thought you lived in Texas. Yeah. What are you assuming, Colin? That I deep fry everything? No, I bake a lot of things.
I mean, I'm more confused as to how I don't live in Texas and yet I knew about this redneck cooking technique.
Because I'm not a redneck.
Yeah, but you're in Texas. Aren't you surrounded by rednecks?
No.
Oh.
No, if you go out to a small town, there's a little bit more rednecks.
You're breaking my illusion of what Texas is. I thought you all had like big gallon cowboy hats.
No. No.
Oh man, my mind is blown.
I don't own a cowboy hat. I don't own cowboy boots. I don't own any of that stuff. No, I don't. I've never deep fried something. I don't even have the materials to deep fry something. So, but like my preferred method is like baking something, or I really like sauteing things, particularly vegetables. So, anyway,
I don't know what to say.
I have destroyed your illusion. Excellent, excellent.
You've subverted my expectations of Texans.
Excellent. Yes, yes. Okay, all right. I'm ready. All right.
All right.
Return of the Jedi really sucks. And that's coming from me, a huge fucking Star Wars fan. Okay? I love Star Wars books, games, movies, shows. It doesn't matter. I just like Star Wars a lot.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So
you want to say something?
What? Okay, I want to make sure I saw this correctly. Going back here a little bit. But
It doesn't matter. I just like Star Wars a lot. You guys already.
Yes. You didn't know about that? There's a dance.
No, hold on.
Fan. Okay, I love Star Wars books, games.
Okay, so he uses this, the Connect dancing game.
Yeah, where you're riding solo.
He uses this for his example of his love of Star Wars games, and not like Knights of the Old Republic, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast.
This is peak Star Wars. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Rogue Squadron.
No.
Okay.
Dance. Riding solo with Han Solo. The Han Solo version.
All right.
Or whatever. Just Dance. Whatever dance game they came up with. No. Boo.
Movies, shows. It doesn't matter. I just like Star Wars a lot. You guys already probably know that because my last few videos and streams have just been Star Wars. So don't start cracking your knuckles and typing about how I'm not a real fan because I have problems with this movie. Now I'm not the old.
All right.
There's some projection going on there.
I'm not a real fan. It's like, no, you're allowed to not like things. I don't know where this idea of you're not allowed to like things came from. Yeah, you're allowed to like things.
Yeah.
It's when you start saying something's objectively blah, 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 blah. That it's like, is it? I don't know.
Oldest person here on the internet who makes a living complaining about things on YouTube. So I wasn't alive when Jedi came out. Regardless, as a fan of media and pop culture, I like to watch older movies with the mindset of the time period that they came out in.
Okay.
Now, I got a question. Do you think that applies to all movies? Or do you think that if he was covering Dumbo, that he would have a different idea of what the crows represent? You know, he would have a different opinion on the crows.
That's a good point. It's an interesting question to bring up.
Yeah. See, there's a way to actually get around that question. Do you know what it is? I watch things with the knowledge of when they were made and when they were shown. But that does not mean that what's the phrase? That I condone it.
Badass. He just means the talkies.
Oh my god. What? Loki, don't be lying to these people. I know for a fact.
I knew it.
Loki, I know for a fact that you're lying to these people. So stop. Stop it. What about something? Oh, yeah, there you go. It's like, yeah, just because you watch something with the idea of, like, with the knowledge that, yeah, this wasn't made in the modern era and they had different ideas back then. Therefore, I should keep that in mind while I'm watching it and not project the current ideas of this era onto something that I'm watching from, like, I don't know, whenever the Song of the South was made. But that doesn't mean you condone it, right? I do not like that. I don't condone how the crows of Dumbo.
Where one of them is literally named Jim Crow.
Yes, although that is a great pun.
It is.
It's a hilarious pun, but I don't condone that because that's racist. That whole sequence was racist, but I don't know. I don't remember when Dumbo was made, but I think it was like
43.
Yeah, like
I think
decades and decades ago. So there's a whole different mentality happening when that movie was released.
Plus, I mean, when I saw it as a kid, I thought the crows were cool.
I don't know I think I watched Dumbo like once and I blinked out most of it. I don't remember it. I remember Black Cauldron. Black Cauldron was great. Terrifying. Dear God, as a child.
Yeah.
Black Cauldron was oh my God. Oh my God. But anyone waiting for the Disney sound, that would be funny.
41. Okay, thanks, Chris.
41? Okay, yeah. It's like, that's a whole different time period. Like a whole different time period. So
yeah. And as someone who has seen Song of the South, I don't think it is racist. It's just boring.
I've never seen it. I've only heard things about it. Mm-hmm. So I kind of am just putting on there. That's why I use Dumbo as an example, because Dumbo's
Yeah. Song of the South, it's set in like right before the Civil War.
Okay.
So they don't say, and the family has a plantation. They don't say the black people are slaves.
Okay.
But you can infer that they are.
Visual clues, basically.
Yeah. But even then, they're still not treated poorly because it's not really about that. The whole premise of Song of the South was an excuse to tell a loose narrative to put the old Uncle Remus stories into that they animated. Because that's ultimately what it is. It's an anthology of a whole bunch of the Uncle Remus tales.
All right.
That's really all it is. So I don't think it is racist because it's actually trying to present some of the early freed slaves culture that had emerged.
Interesting. All right.
It's just the main story that kind of links everything together is exceedingly boring.
Right. All right. I mean, I've heard it's really hard to find like any to find any way to watch it. It's pretty much been scrubbed. Don't tell YouTube.
Well, and I also may or may not have picked up a bootleg when I was at a convention once.
Nobody would do that.
No.
No. But I find this interesting that he would say that, like, he watches movies in the context that they were created in for this movie.
Yeah.
This movie is kind of one of those timeless movies where, yeah, like they were made in like a few decades ago, but I think if I'm doing the math correctly,
83, yeah.
83. So yeah, like 30 years ago. But that, I don't know. That's like, is there any historical context that you really need in order to watch this movie?
Not really.
I'm trying to think about, like, I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
Like Alien, the movie Alien, for instance, and Aliens, were both kind of, there's a like a low-key kind of theme of kind of anti-corporation overreach, right?
Yes.
That you don't need to know what's happening in the 80s. That kind of movement was happening in the 80s because of other political things. You don't need to know that in order to enjoy those two movies.
Right.
So
it certainly, it helps inform the film.
Yeah, it actually makes it enhances the film a little bit.
And now Alien is owned by Disney, so yay!
I love the idea. Someone actually said that because Disney owns Alien, that makes the xenomorph alien queen a Disney like princess / queen.
Yes.
So I love that. And someone drew like a xenomorph queen in like a Disney princess outfit, and I'm 100% about that. So, yes. Anyway, so I'm interested to hear why he has said that now. Why do you need to go into this movie with that ideology? If you were talking about Dumbo, I would understand, or some other movie that I can't think of off the top of my head. But like, if you're going into this was a Dumbo review, then okay, I get that. But I don't understand with this movie, and I'm so intrigued.
I try not to compare them to newer or more modern films. I like to think.
Anybody want to tell them? You don't compare these to more modern films. You compare the modern films to these.
Yeah.
So,
pretty much.
Because the modern films suck. Objectively, they're not good. So,
I think that if I saw Return of the Jedi for the first time, back when it came out, without seeing any of the newer Star Wars movies, I'd probably still think it sucks. Because
what a weird thing. If I saw the third movie in a series without seeing any of the other movies that give any level of context to this movie, I would think it would suck. It's like, I think you would be confused. First of all, I think, and you wouldn't like it because, well, it leads, it's like Empire, and then you have like a multiple year break, and it leads into, so it's like you need to have watched at least
back in the
Empire.
days when studios would actually take time between films to kind of put their stories together.
Just throw money
instead of just completely just making it up as they go.
Throw money, it will get done. Go faster. I love that idea. It's like, why do some of these movies have big budgets not look like they have big budgets? Well, sometimes if you want an artist to go faster, you throw more money at the artist. Now, granted, that doesn't mean that it's going to be better because it's faster. So, and a lot of the time, it is not better. So, whatever.
Because it does, for the most part.
From a certain point of view.
Now I'm going to try not to talk about anything in this.
Okay.
Oh, they had their look, the quality of the film was different, and since we have technologically advanced since 1983, just a little bit, we've advanced just a little bit, we can now enhance things that have been made, particularly things a lot easier on film than it is digital. It is very difficult to enhance digital, but you can enhance film. There's like a whole process behind that. I'm not going to get into how, like, into the details of that, but it has to do with, little pieces of data and a physical object that you can actually make bigger and enhance and clean up. So, yeah.
James Andrew Morrison. Ooh, graphic renderings have improved. Wow.
I know, right? That's what I was like. These children now can't imagine that a story could be good without CGI or CGI. No, I don't think that's true. I think that's I don't think that's true. I think that they, unless you show somebody things that are better, people's standards can be manipulated.
Yeah.
So if all you show somebody is mediocre product, then they'll think that mediocre product is really high grade product, right? But if you show them really high grade product, then they recognize, oh, that's mediocre.
Mm-hmm.
So that's with Hollywood making everything mediocre. That's kind of what they're trying to do. And they're trying to get rid of these older films and stuff so that they can have that mediocre product. The problem is the internet was created. So.
Yeah. And to be fair to him, I don't think this was his. I think he's actually arguing against that point. He's not going to be using the special editions as his argument.
No, I know.
I don't think that's what he was saying. Spike of Madness.
No. I agree. I just wanted to point it out. Just like, I mean, it is kind of interesting to see the changes because it is night and day changes. I like a lot of it, but then I think they went overboard on a couple things. So.
Yeah.
Like, there were good things that happened in the special editions, and then there were bad things that happened in the special editions, and then... Yeah. So, if the... God damn it, you made me lose my train of thought. If,
I did it.
It came out with a proper edition that had, like, the best of both, and I know you can get copies of that out there, but, like, there's no official version of that, I don't think. So, I don't want Hayden Christensen to show up at the end. And Family Guy did it the best when they were making fun of that. And I had grown up with the OG VHS copies, and so it wasn't until I actually sat down and watched it and saw the special edition that I was like, oh, why is Hayden Christensen here?
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah. But Luke wouldn't know who that was. He has no reference of who that is.
Right. It was much more meaningful when he saw, the restored human version of his father that he saw die.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot more impactful than, who's that young twerp?
I was like, who's that asshole? Oof.
Yeah, and absolutely, Hayden Christensen had nothing to do with that. That was images taken from I think from a screen test. I think it was just picture images of him like when he was just doing a costume check.
Yeah, no, I agree, Chris. By the way, I do.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
sure.
But at the same time, hey, you shouldn't. I just wish there was a copy out there that had the good and the bad, like all the good without all the bad of the enhanced things. They kept it, and it's one of those situations where like you work on a piece of, you're trying to mold something with clay, right? And you work on it too long, and you keep picking at it, and you keep like working on it, and then it starts becoming shittier and shittier because you've worked on it too long. It's when you need to just put it down and step away and then come back to it.
Right.
Han Solo. Oh. So I like the idea. I just forgot that Han Solo was a not Force Ghost. And was Skywalker.
Yeah.
Special edition release of the movie, that really wouldn't be very fair of me, even though there's a lot of shit that I really want to complain about. I'm not talking about that. No. Now get it out of my face. Now let me real quick mention a few things that I actually like.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I can't deny that scene. That was one of the worst additions that they put in.
That's hilarious.
Like about this movie. At the end of the day, I can go back and watch just about any Star Wars movie. Though for some, I'm only watching them to get a good hearty laugh, or because I hate.
I forgot he did the spitty thing.
That's a good trick.
The Daphne, when in that live action Scooby Doo movie, when all of a sudden Daphne knew martial arts and she did like this. That's what that reminds me of.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like, what? Why?
Yeah, with Sarah Michelle Gellar and Mr. Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Myself. You know, man, I just like Star Wars. So there's quite a few things that I really love in this movie. For instance, number one, Luke Skywalker. Luke has never been more of a bona fide badass in this movie. We can really see how Luke has evolved as a Jedi and as a character in general. Luke force chokes the Gamoran guards as his first on-screen act.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Everything you said, I agree with so far.
Yeah. You really see how far Luke has come as a character. Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. Naive farm boy to Jedi badass.
Yes. I am tired of your shit and I ain't putting up with it.
From his first few lines, you can see how much more wise and powerful he is. It's evident that a lot of time has passed between the last movie and now, just based on how he speaks and carries himself. I also love how fucking savage he is. He just wails on people. Look, have mercy, please. Number two, the effects. The practical effects in this movie are insane.
Agreed. I agree. Okay, so far, I'm agreeing.
All right. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Look, we're 2 minutes into this video. I thought this was going to be a long ass. Okay, cool. I'm jinxing us. I realize that.
Why would you say that?
I don't know.
I've watched a lot of documentaries on this movie, and there are some things that I still cannot fathom. They actually made the entire Sarlacc pit. The whole thing. That shit is real.
Yeah.
They made 3 different effects for the Rancor before they found one that they liked. This shit, this is a fucking painting.
I know.
So is this.
Yeah. When I found out that those were matte paintings, I lost my mind. It's like, what?
I really miss matte paintings in movies.
Yeah,
I really do.
I love that. That's amazing. Yeah, I love that. You know, yeah.
There's actually a lot of paintings, but it's still really cool. Number 3, Palpatine.
Yes.
Palpatine is so fun. Now, the Plinkett reviews put this pretty well.
The man seems to find such joy in being pure evil. You gotta respect that. He's fucking evil and he loves it.
Yeah.
And you know what? That is absolutely true.
Yeah.
Also, I like the idea if you replace his robe with his hair. Mentally. Yeah, like sometimes this is what I'm talking about. Like they seem to think that nowadays people seem to think that, oh, I need a redemption arc for every villain. It's like, no, you don't.
Not really.
One of the things that I like about the MCU character Loki is that he had a redemption arc, but it wasn't immediate, and he did a lot of fucked up shit in order to get there. But it was very.
He was the first villain of the first Avengers movie, so.
Yeah, it was really, really. I don't know. It was like it's a very complex character that you didn't approve of what he was doing, but you like empathize kind of like where he is coming from, and there's enough depth that you could actually see and like psychologically analyze the character, right? Same thing with Hannibal Lecter, right? It's like, oh, I understand how he became the way he is, right? However, that doesn't mean I approve right? So you don't need like a redemption arc. You don't to have a sympathetic villain. You don't need to have a sympathetic villain for every villain, right? Sometimes it's just fun to have an evil bad guy.
Yeah.
And also, just because they're an evil bad guy doesn't mean that they're not doing it for a reason. They can be thinking that they're doing it for a good reason, right? Like Thanos, for instance. Like, I wouldn't say he was a sympathetic villain in any way, shape, or form, but even in the comics, he was, like, you understood what he was doing and why he was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like, yeah, maybe not, my man. I can see where you're coming from. Like, oh, you want Lady Death to notice you. You want Senpai to notice you. Or, oh, like your planet got, like, killed because there was overpopulation, and so you're trying to save people to pain. You know, I get that. But, like, you're so evil because you're killing 50% of the entire universe, right? So, I don't know. It's one of those, like, I get it, but I don't condone it in any way, shape, or form. But Palpatine is one of those where it's like, yeah, he's just evil, man. Evil gonna evil. And it's fun. It's fun to write a villain like that. And I'm sure it's even more fun to act in that way, to portray a villain like that. So let's see. See if anybody in the chat said anything.
Sometimes a hammy, apologetically evil villain is what we want to see in our blockbusters.
Agreed.
Plus, we need a character who is more evil than Darth Vader so that we can believe in Vader's eventual redemption. Now, there's other little smaller things I love, but none of this stuff is enough to say.
Okay, hold on.
What?
Okay, yeah. What he's saying is true. We needed the Emperor, someone more evil than Vader for Vader's redemption arc to work. I agree.
Yeah.
Is he forgetting that the Emperor was established in Empire, not Return of the Jedi?
I think he's saying that, yeah, he was. I think what he means. I don't think he doesn't explicitly say this, but he was kind of hinting at.
Actually, he was mentioned in the first movie.
Yes, he's been around. He was kind of faceless in the first movie, and then they introduced him a lot more in the second. But in the third one, he has by far the biggest amount of screen time.
Mm-hmm.
So you actually get to know the character a lot more. So it's a really good way to introduce a character. You have your first, your mentioning of it, and then oh, this wasn't explained in this movie, but like maybe it's gonna be explained in the next one, right? Or then you get your second one and a little bit more, and you actually see him, like you really like see him, and kind of a little bit more interaction with the audience. There's kind of a face put on him, and then by the third one, you are somewhat familiar of what his role is, but now you get to actually like know him as a character. And it was a good way to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what he means by that. I think he could have worded that a little bit better, but I think that's what he meant by that. That you actually get to know this person in that one. So.
Save the whole movie. So let's go and move on to what you all came here for. The shit I don't like. First and foremost, the performances in this movie are kind of all over the place. They're either really good or super awkward.
That's one.
Sorry, that timing was perfect.
Okay.
I don't know why that was so funny. It should have been that funny.
And it's well known. Harrison Ford didn't want to come back for the movie. He thought Han should have stayed dead. He didn't want to be here.
No, he didn't give a shit.
No. He was here because he was contractually obligated to, but he still gave it. He still felt like Han. It's not like he was half-assing it.
No, but you could kind of tell a little bit.
He was done.
And what's funny is it makes him more snarky, which is like one of my favorite traits of Han Solo is his snark. So Han Solo and Darth Vader are my two favorite characters in Star Wars. So, yeah. Oh.
Mark,
What are you laughing at?
cocaine is to blame for the weird acting.
That's a touchy subject. That's mean.
I mean, not wrong.
And yes, you're right. You're right. I was just saying that, like, different character, different villains, you know, they don't all need to be, like, not everyone needs to have a redemption arc. They just don't. Sometimes you just want to, you know, take out the big bad.
General, count me in.
Oh.
No.
Oh, just, I don't know, maybe it was just the cut and just watching that scene, like, oh, that was cringe. That was cringe. Oh, no. I know you need the whole you need more context for that scene. You know, it was very cheesy. Oh, that's hilarious.
Luke, run away. Far away. If he can feel your presence, then leave this place.
The characters just don't feel like...
Yeah, I blame it on the cocaine.
Well, and...
That one too.
And whoever said that Star Wars is well renowned for its scintillating dialogue?
Sand. I don't like sand. Of course, it gets everywhere.
Yeah.
And of course, rough and gets everywhere. Sand. No, sand. The greatest. I feel it would have been funny if, like, all that Luke had to do in the last one was, like, get a bag of sand and just force throw it at him. Would have been a funnier fight, but, you know, whatever.
Like they did in the last two movies. This is acceptable in the case of Luke, but that's because he's changed a lot, and Mark Hamill is obviously doing a much better job than the other guys. Han and Leia act different for no real reason. Oh, wait. No, I know the reason. It's because...
We need to stop! What do you mean? There's no real reason. How long has it been in the movieverse between these two movies? Between Empire and Return? 3 years, right?
That's how long it was. That's how long it was between the films. In the movies, because at the end of Empire, they're making plans to go rescue Han.
Yeah. So I don't know. Is it like immediately after? I always thought it was like, you know, there we go. I always thought it was like 3 years or something between both of them. But maybe that's just the movie, like between the movies.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like 3 or 4 years because it was 1980 was Empire, 1983 was Jedi. But I don't think that much time has passed because Lando goes off to Tatooine and Luke says he'll meet them there.
6 months to a year in movie time. Okay, all right. Okay, interesting. All right. Interesting because I find this guy smarmy and annoying, and yet I probably agree with many of his criticisms. Right now, there's the cuts. The cuts make me laugh. But I love the idea that characters can't change their relationship with each other when they've been apart for like an extended period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah,
because Leia had. Okay, yeah. So if it's like a year, between Empire and Jedi, then Leia saw Han was when he said, you know, I know.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as she knows, she'll never see him again at that point.
Alive.
Yeah.
Like ever. And that was it.
Yeah. And then they have this plan to steal Han back and hopefully resurrect him.
Yeah. So, interesting.
Because of the director. It's the same reason Oscar-nominated Felicity Jones is really boring as Jyn Erso.
Yeah, I would say that's the writing.
Yeah, she She had absolutely nothing to work with, and just because you're an Oscar nominated doesn't mean shit.
The Oscars have been corrupt for years. It's that winning an award from like the Oscars or the Academy Awards or the Emmys or the Grammys, winning any of those awards doesn't mean anything like it used to because it's very corrupt. People buy their way into getting awards. People will literally play the system in order to get things awarded. So
Gareth Edwards doesn't really like directing characters. He prefers to make really cool visuals, and that's fine.
well, then put him on the visual, like director of photography.
Yeah.
What? Why would you put someone who doesn't like directing actors into and who likes making big, visuals? Why would you put that person as like the director of everything and not just the director of photography? It's where you need them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand.
The guy to Jedi probably just let Hamill, Ford, and Fisher just take the reins on their performances. Guys, you've been doing this.
Do you have proof?
No. No.
I'm confused.
Sorry, I was eating a potato chip.
How dare you consume things? How dare you?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will check my potato chip privilege.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it is well known that George Lucas ghost directed this movie. He was like over the shoulder, over his shoulder, basically the entire time.
You don't need proof. What do you mean I don't need proof? I'm offended by that. I didn't know that, personally. I didn't know that. I haven't really jumped into a whole lot of behind-the-scenes things for Star Wars, so...
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Ignore Mark.
I will, Mark. I will.
I have this fun little power, and it's... Oh, no. You muted yourself again. Oh my god, no! You muted yourself. No.
There.
I can't unmute you when you mute yourself. No.
I'm taking agency.
Let's spread rumors and just lie your ass off to get your point across. What do you think I am? What do you think this is? An SJW channel? Come on. High school? No.
Hollywood?
Oh. Oh no. Building for soup is right. Joss. Oh no, he used the wrong. He triggered.
I'm offended.
Josh, there's an H. There's an H. H.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't know he ghost directed this. Actually, that's hilarious.
He basically did, yeah.
Is that why we have Ewoks?
He actually wanted the Ewoks because he just had a daughter, and he wanted something that she would like in the movie. That's not a joke. Bless you.
Yeah. All right, I'm continuing. That surprised me so much I sneezed.
For 2 movies already, just do whatever you want. At least that's how it feels. I don't know. That's just a guess. It feels especially apparent in the case of Harrison Ford. What I'm trying
Supporting your shit.
Yeah.
You know what? When this is your actor not giving a shit, damn. That's impressive. So,
to say is Han is really boring in this movie. He's boring as balls. Probably because at this point, Harrison Ford really wanted Han to be killed off, which would have been much more narratively moving. Han is the best part of the...
How dare you show the scene from Force Awakens?
Mm-hmm.
How dare you? That is rude. I was so mad when they did that. Ugh.
first 2 movies. He's cool, he's funny, he's sarcastic. Everybody loves Han Solo because of these first 2 movies.
Yes.
Here, he's just a bumbling, boring idiot. He feels like...
Oh, okay. First off, by this point, in the first movie, Harrison Ford was an unknown. He'd been in some things here and there, but he was not a star yet. By Return of the Jedi, he was also known for Indiana Jones.
Oh yeah.
That came out in between Return of the Jedi and Empire. So he was also known for that, and he was starting to get other roles outside of Lucasfilm that made him a big action star.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
this is not the so yeah, Harrison Ford was basically only here because he was contractually obligated to.
Yeah.
And yet he still gave a far better performance than anyone else who I don't think he was. I think it's unfair to say that he was phoning it in or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It just says a lot to me when someone doesn't give a shit, but they're still such a good actor that them not giving a shit is like a better performance than a lot of people whose best performance is like, how do I put that? So I like that Harrison Ford's probably the worst performance that he's had in the trilogy, because he didn't really care, is still better than a bunch of actors' best performance. There we go. I did it. He could have made Mosquito Coast too. I didn't. Mosquito Coast? You mean living near the Gulf of Mexico during the summertime?
Feels like a character on Friends, not the...
Oh, that's taking
On
it too
Friends?
far. That's a rude. We do not appreciate the rudes here. Really? Friends?
gunslinging hero that we once knew him as.
All right? Right.
He feels like a guy who doesn't want to do...
I was expecting the Friends theme, but I didn't get it, so missed opportunity. I wanted a Han Solo Friends theme. But okay.
Do anything exciting. He begs Lando to fly the Falcon in the final battle. He hasn't been in the Falcon in a long-ass time. Why wouldn't he?
Well, because he's going on the mission.
Because he's going to be down on planet, and the Millennium Falcon is ready for battle, and he thinks that it would be useful, and he doesn't really trust a whole lot of people with it, and, well, Lando's here.
Right. And
wasn't that Lando's ship before?
Yeah, it was.
It was his, so wouldn't he know it as well as Han does?
Lando has his sex bot programmed in the computer, so he's good to go.
I forgot about that.
Uh-huh.
Well, was it LL or L337? Whatever.
SJW robot.
Yeah.
Social Justice Bot 9000.
Interesting. Okay.
He want to do it himself. Also, why is he so chummy with Lando? Because the last time we saw him, Lando left him to fucking die. He...
Okay. That's not true. Lando was trying to save him when he woke up.
Yeah.
So he knows that he was in a hard position it's the Empire, they're evil, and now Lando was instrumental in resurrecting Han.
I would say that okay, well, I'm thinking about it. Like, a year has happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine Lando feels like a bit of an ass because of the whole thing. So he's clearly joined the rebellion at this point by the time Return turns around.
Yes.
And he's instrumental in helping Han be freed from the carbonite. And it's, I don't know, it's kind of one of those, like, they probably had to talk off screen. You probably didn't see it. And I don't know if we needed to see it anyway. You can kind of draw your own conclusions that Han forgave Lando. And, like, especially when it came to the final battle, they had to put their personal feelings aside, even if it wasn't resolved, right? So he had to put his personal feelings aside and do what was best for the rebellion, not necessarily what he personally wanted. And the best decision for the rebellion is, hey, I'm going down on planet because they need me down there, but the Millennium Falcon is a great benefit to the rebellion when you're out in space, you know?
Right.
And, you know, it doesn't need to just be sitting here. Someone needs to fly it, and you are the person to fly it.
Well, yeah,
obviously.
Because Lando was familiar with the ship.
Yeah.
And let's also keep in mind, when Lando was trying to help save Han, the Sarlacc pit monster grabbed Lando, and Han saved him.
Yeah, I forgot about that for some reason. Yeah.
I can see much better now.
It's like, oh, you're good? You sure? Yeah, you're right. So, yeah. He wasn't going to let him die.
Yeah.
He saved his life. He said, yeah, you know. So.
And he clearly understood through context clues of what's going on that Lando had come here to help save him.
Yes. Yeah. He wouldn't be there. He wouldn't be fighting against, like, Jabba the Hutt's palace and all the guards and everyone if, like, that was the case. That he wasn't there to save him. You know? It's just... let me see. Let me see. Ever make a deal with the Empire to save your neck when the stormtroopers are pointing blasters? Yeah. Let's see. They can't really use a Falcon for a covert mission. Oh, you mean it doesn't have like a cloaking device? What?
No ship that small has a cloaking device.
I heard there's a deleted scene moments before the final battle with Lando and the Falcon's nav computer. Lando has to eject.
That's beautiful, Loki. It's a shame we lost that scene.
Yes, I'm so sorry that it got burned to pieces. Oh, goddamn.
Betrayed him. Why is this plotline completely dropped? Luke, Chewie, and
It's not betrayed him. Here, you're actually showing the scene where he talks about
Leia
it.
learned to forgive Lando, but Han didn't get that chance. He's been in fucking cryostasis.
Yeah.
His personality overall just feels softer and more subdued.
Almost like there was character development. Which you were just complimenting Luke for having.
Yeah.
What, Han isn't allowed to not be a total asshole all the time?
I mean, we're talking about someone who... He was a rogue pilot that was always looking out for himself. He ends up coming back to save Luke at the end. Then he stayed with the rebellion for far longer than he should have, keeping the bounty on his price, keeping the bounty on his head there without doing anything to doing anything to clear it.
Mm-hmm.
Which I was always confused. Why doesn't the rebellion just pay for it?
You're assuming also that he told them about it too. I don't know. Would Han have told them?
Maybe. But in Return of the Jedi, he is willingly being not just a soldier for the rebellion, but he's the leader of the ground team. He has taken on responsibilities when he was only out for himself at the beginning.
He technically becomes a general, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And also, I don't know the specifics about the carbonite, but the whole carbonite thing. But is he still conscious? Like, can he still think? Like, is he aware of what's happening? Or is it just like you're frozen in time kind of thing? Like cryogenically frozen, where you're just frozen in time.
Didn't he say something about he had dreams?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I mean, a year being frozen like that, if you're kind of conscious and your brain can think and whatnot, that's a long time to kind of change somebody if they're frozen in place and all they have is their thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Kind of interesting idea. But it would also, I would imagine, that experience would have humbled anybody, no matter what kind of character they were. Just a thought. So.
Right. Just you wake up and I've lost a year of my life. That kind of sucks.
That bounty hunter on the oil. Okay, all right. I wasn't 100% sure if they knew. But it's not like paying a bail bond. A criminal wants you dead. You think a few bucks are gonna. Yeah, you put it that way. It's like I doubt.
Yeah, but Hutts only care about credits.
Yes, but by that time, he also was working for the rebellion. So, not only,
Yeah, but the Hutts don't care about that.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about just the Hutts. I'm talking about the people that work for the Hutts, too. I don't know. I just feel like somebody might have, within his little clique, right? At least seized that opportunity to sell him out, right? I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting idea. They care about power.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, they're gangsters. That's how you can think about
Basically,
it.
the
They're
Hutts are
literally
gangsters.
So it's just you put it that way, and depending, it was introduced in the first film. I would have complained about it if it wasn't resolved ever and it was never talked about again, right?
Yeah.
Because that's like a loose plot, and it's like, okay, well then why did you introduce that to me, right? But, nah. I'd be pissed if I was rudely awakened. I don't know what state that causes a person to go into in the carbonite. So, hiding with an army was a smart move on Han's part. On Han's part. Yeah.
See you, Mark.
In a way. How dare you be a good parent? That's rude. That's rude. You're not allowed to do that. I'm obviously kidding.
For some weird, unexplainable reason. He still has like 1 or 2 funny lines. No, he has like 1.
I used to live here, you know.
You're gonna die here.
That
He has more than one funny line. But I mean, that was funny.
It's like, I used to live here. It's like, yeah, well, you're gonna die here, so good for you, buddy.
Convenient.
But most of the time,
Convenient.
he's just along for the ride instead of actually calling the shots.
He was literally blind in the scene.
Yeah.
Literally blind. Which, yes, Family Guy also pointed this out, which I thought was funny. I never got to see her in the metal bikini. Yeah, Family Guy had a few good things, especially when it came to Star Wars.
He might have been able to see her when they were on the speeder, going away from the palace.
Maybe, but I don't know. Like the idea.
I mean, he had his eyesight was good enough that he was able to shoot the Sarlacc tentacle away from Lando.
Yeah. Fair enough. But anyways,
I don't know. Maybe he's just like really tired.
really blind is what you're looking for.
This is literally right after he woke up.
Yeah, he was blind.
I kind of
and he's thrown into this pit. He has no idea what's in there, and then he discovers, oh, it's Chewie, my friend.
Yeah,
and Chewie kind of gives him like a little bit of a rundown, like Jedi Knight. I'm out of it for a little while, and Luke has delusions of grandeur.
Yeah, I was just like, what the hell's happening? Because he has no idea how long it's been. So.
Because this movie's so boring. This movie puts me to fucking sleep. It is so boring.
I don't care if it puts
Previous
you to
movies
sleep.
weren't big dumb.
I just noticed that they're wearing stormtrooper belts. They look like they're trying to cosplay Batman.
Well, no, it was the belts from the stormtrooper outfits.
I know,
then.
But it's funny. It looks funny on them. I never noticed that before.
Really?
Yeah.
I caught that as a kid.
Well, what do you want me to do? Throw you a parade?
Colin Bean Smith, not on screen. Who's to say she didn't keep it though?
Yeah, that's true. Big facts. Big facts. Yeah.
Action movies, but the pace was kept up with exciting and intense moments. The first movie starts with a chase scene. The princess gets caught by the bad.
Correct. No, the princess gets caught by her father. She was out after curfew.
Yeah.
Hanging around with some hooligans.
Bad guys. She sends messengers on an escape pod to meet with a young boy and a wizard. Then they have some.
Fuck you for calling Jedi wizards. Yeah.
Close encounters before they hire some shady scoundrels to get them off the planet. And then it just gets more exciting from there. In Empire Strikes Back, you have the main hero being attacked by fucking Bigfoot in the snow, gets caught in a snowstorm, and then he gets
we call those Yetis, by the way.
Rescued by his friend, but right afterwards, the bad guys attack their base with a full frontal assault that our heroes barely escape. The main characters sent to a mysterious world to learn ancient magic, and the other characters are on a cat and mouse chase through the galaxy for the rest of the movie. Nothing in Return of the Jedi really feels that urgent.
Nothing feels that urgent?
Wow, did you miss the whole last part of the movie? He's literally like...
They're being led into a trap.
It's a trap! It's a trap! Really?
There's a meme about what the plan is.
Luke is standing there in the Emperor's quarters, just like in his little throne room thing, and he's like, "Hey, by the way, I knew that y'all were gonna try something like this, and I'm totally prepared for it." And Luke's just like, "Oh," and everyone
go for it.
Yeah, everyone slowly realizes, like, wait a second, wait a moment. What do you mean?
The shields are still up.
Yeah, the shields are still up. Off. And they turn around, and there's literally a massive blockade of the enemy troops waiting for them behind them because they were so focused on getting inside, with the shield generators being down. It's clever military tactics. Wow, who knew?
Bad Man Walking 55. Death Star 2 wasn't urgent.
No, it wasn't urgent. Are you kidding me? Oh, I love that. I love that idea. Yeah.
Okay, so the beginning, it's not action oriented. Yeah, because they're trying stealth first.
Yeah.
And Luke's plan at every single point, he gave Jabba a chance to give us Han and we'll be on our way.
Yep.
And he continually rejected it. And
he was like, "No."
And that's what ultimately led to, okay, we're going to blow everything up and just take what we want. But Luke gave Jabba a chance at every single step.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Doesn't need to be rescued right away. You can technically.
Honestly, I want a replica of that and to put up on my wall because I think that'd be cool.
I would like to get like a fat head that's designed to go like on your refrigerator of that. That'd be kind of cool.
I love that idea. That's brilliant.
Yeah, I got my moments.
Yeah, it's great.
Out there for a little while. He's not going anywhere. The Empire isn't really making any big moves to snuff out the rebellion, even though in the last.
What? Their plan is to draw them in to wipe them out. They did their best to make it seem like there's a covert plan to rebuild the Death Star to lure them in so that knowing they're going to send everything they got to take this thing out. And it was to quote the meme, it's a trap. How they don't know it yet at this point, but they are facing military extinction. Their forces are going to be wiped out. If the ground team was unsuccessful in bringing down the shields, they're screwed.
Okay. Do you know what one of the best military tactics is when you're fighting a war? To lure your enemy into a false sense of security. So they drop their shields, they drop their defenses, and then you attack. On multiple fronts, on all three fronts in that final scene, they do that. And the one, and on the planet, on the moon, right? When they're going to attack the Death Star, and when Luke is standing in the throne room, all three areas of attack that is happening in this last battle, the Empire successfully did all three of those. Which is why they're not actively engaging with them a whole lot at the beginning of the movie. They wanted the rebellion to feel like they had an upper hand, that they were sneaking in, that they were getting something done.
I'm not playing Eris and Risk.
No, I'm actually really good at tactical things. There are people like my brother, for instance, is far better than me at tactical, at being a tactician. But I have my moments. So, you know. Let's see.
Last movie, it's called The Empire Strikes Back. Why did they stop striking? Palpatine explicitly.
Okay, yeah, we need to go back. What did he say?
Making any big moves to snuff out the rebellion, even though in the last movie they were. It's called The Empire Strikes Back. Why did they stop striking? Palpatine
Because they retreated. The Empire wins in Empire Strikes Back.
Why?
They win at every point in Empire Strikes Back. The rebellion and our heroes lose. They're forced to retreat.
Yeah.
And then the Emperor came up with this plan about the Death Star. And so it was under construction, and they come up with a plan to lure what they firmly believe to be the last main rebellion forces into a trap. So you're not going to try to pick at them, possibly losing forces of your own when you're trying to secure your trap.
Yeah, they fed the enemy information.
Many Bothans died to get them this false information.
Yeah, so they fed them this information that allowed them to know exactly what their enemy was doing.
Mm-hmm. Which, that was a tactic that was established in the first Star Wars movie. They have that big escape, from the Death Star, and Leia called it. They're tracking us.
Like, oh.
How else do you explain the ease of our escape? Easy? You think that was easy? Well, because she was right.
Yeah, compared to what
they
it
were
could have
tracking
been,
them.
Like, they sent 4 TIE fighters after them.
Yeah.
And they
the Death Star had only 4 TIE fighters. Yeah.
Really, 4 TIE fighters. Okay.
It's the size of a small moon, and they just have 4 TIE fighters.
Yeah.
They could have they could have overwhelmed them if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Plus, there are Star Destroyers in the area too.
Yeah. So, they could have sent 100 TIE fighters after them.
Yep.
If they wanted to, they didn't. So
no, because they wanted to know where's the base.
Mm-hmm. That was if you go back and you watch the original trilogy, the military tactics that are used are brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Very brilliant. It is really, really well done. So
explicitly tells Vader not to attack the rebels in this film. I guess he'd rather host cocktail party.
Because they're leading them into a trap. What's hard to understand about this?
Okay, if you go on the offensive. Okay, how about this? Actually, even further back. So in Empire, they went on the offensive, and some of them escaped.
Mm-hmm.
So they led them. In this one, they learned from that. They're like, maybe we don't do that, because if any of them escape, they're just going to rebuild and use that as like a cavalry moment, right? The Alamo, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you don't want anyone to escape. You don't want this, you want it to be snuffed out. Like, hey, you want to rebel? Well, guess what? This is what happened to that rebellion.
Yeah.
So they snuffed them out. Or they tried to, and that didn't happen. So they're like, okay, let's feed them this information so that we know what they're doing, and we can devise a plan that puts not just everything in our favor, but so that we'll have the upper hand, because we are like 5 moves in front of our opponents, and we know exactly what they're doing. We're playing 20-dimensional chess, right?
Right.
Okay.
Parties with these spooky friends of his.
I told you to remain on the command ship.
Okay, so fun fact about this scene. This in an interview, I forget the actor's name that plays Palpatine, but in an interview, he talked about how the makers of the chair made it so that it didn't swing. It swung too fast. So whenever he turned, they had to reshoot the scene a lot, because if he would overshoot where he needs to be facing in order to for him to get up and talk and everything. So under his robes, he had to scoot his feet so it went at the appropriate speed and stopped. So when he's turning his chair, he's like scoot, 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 scoot. Scooting his feet under his robes. So it stops at the appropriate place.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought that was funny. Every time I see this, I share that story, because I thought that was like the greatest thing ever.
A small rebel force has penetrated the shield and landed on Endor.
Good.
Yes, I know.
What?
What do you mean, what? Of course he knows!
That was the...
How dare they know about the information we gave them?
They fed them false information so that they would attack.
This has been used in like
They
all the
want them
wars.
to attack.
Every war has had somebody do that because it's a good idea.
What the fuck happened? Did everybody get bored? Did Palpatine just get bored of fighting this war? These clowns don't even seem to care.
Okay, all right. He's the emperor of the empire. He is head honcho, big cheese. And he has a bunch of little fucking gnats that keep attacking his face. And you know what? He's sick of it. He's like, yeah, we're expending energy and resources, and this movement gets any more momentum, more people are going to turn and defy us, and he just wants to be in peace. That's how he's like, this is a nuisance. I thought I wiped out all the Jedi. I thought I did all this shit, and there's people that are trying to usurp my power, and I don't like that. Welcome to dictatorship. Dictators don't like it when people try to defy what their leadership and take their power away. I don't know what's so difficult about that. Like, what was he supposed to do? Just let the rebellion continue on? I don't understand. I don't get that.
Care anymore. Like, yeah, it's implied that Palpatine can predict whatever's going to happen, but then again,
or he's just smart. This is all according to plan. Good. He has been shown as being a masterful tactician. Masterful.
Yes.
Intelligent beyond intelligent. All right. He is powerful in the Force. He is like massively intelligent, a super tactician. He is like insanely powerful. What did you want? Did you want Kylo Ren, who's like angst, angst? But Dad,
so angsty.
Dad, I like wearing eyeliner. Why won't you let me go out to that punk band in the fucking broken down building on 6th? Dad, what do you mean I have to study? That's Kylo Ren. Okay.
Oh my god, we triggered Colin.
Oh, it's my friend. Yeah, yeah, this is play.
again, he seems to be bluffing
Bring
for
the
a lot
enemy to you. What's so hard to understand about this?
What is this? Take that. What are you doing? Stop.
Thank you, Chris.
God damn it, Chris.
it, or just making really good educated guesses based on obvious information. Plus, if he's so good at seeing the future, how come he didn't see this coming?
It wasn't a part of his plan. He didn't plan on Darth Vader betraying him. He did what a lot of villains end up doing too. They get arrogant. Everything was going his way for the most part. He really thought Luke was gonna turn to the dark side, and he got pissed when he didn't. You can see it. He goes from that arrogant kind of like, that smirk, like, I know what's going on. I know everything. To like the second he's like, I will never. When Luke goes, I will never turn to the dark side. The Palpatine's expression changes drastically. He's like, excuse you? Well, I guess you're gonna die.
Yeah, when Luke tosses away the lightsaber, he's prepared for death.
Yeah, I was like, I will
he
not.
He knows
strike
the
down
Emperor's
my
probably
father.
going to kill him.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not going to strike down my dad. I'm never going to go to the dark side. I'm not doing that. Nope. And, this is one thing that the prequels actually help with. I know, right? But like seeing how Anakin was easily seduced to the dark side, and it was relatively easy. But given Anakin's like what happened to Anakin and everything, it kind of makes sense why it was so easy. The fact that Luke didn't, as like not as easy and like blatantly refused, he got mad. He was like, "You're not doing what I want you to. Fine, then I'm just gonna kill you." And he really didn't expect Darth Vader to turn and save his son. He did not expect that at all.
No.
That was not.
Palpatine was completely surprised by that.
Yeah. He's just like, what the fuck?
He was so surprised that he took on to, he became a pod racer after that.
Maybe he was just really tired that day.
Well, I need to hear that again because that hurt my brain. I need to make sure I heard that correctly. He didn't just say that.
Get bored of fighting this war. These clowns don't even seem to care anymore. Like, yeah, it's implied that Palpatine can predict whatever's going to happen, but then again, he seems to be bluffing for a lot of it or just making really good educated guesses based on obvious information. Plus, if he's so good at seeing the future, how come he didn't see this coming? Maybe he was just really tired that day. I'm tired too.
There was so much stupid in what he just said. It hurt my brain.
Just, what do you say?
He didn't foresee the man that he broke for 20 years, who's been by his side. He never expected that some little farm boy would be able to bring back Anakin. He thought he had Darth Vader under his heel boot. Boot heel, whatever.
His heel boot. The heel in the shape of the boot. Underneath that.
He thought he had Vader and I was going to try to make a John Barrowman joke, but I don't know what to do with it. But he never suspected it was going to happen because he thought he had him under his control, and he's had Vader's leash for 20 years. He never expected. He thought Anakin Skywalker was dead.
Mm-hmm.
He never ever expected it, and that was his downfall. Well, literally, it was his downfall.
Literally his downfall.
See what I did there? Yay.
Considering this person enjoys the sequel trilogy, how did he forget that the premise literally is that Palpatine foresaw this and planned accordingly, hence his return and the birth of the First Order? I don't know, he looked pretty surprised.
Yeah.
Well, his temporary setback. Anywho. It's amazing. Yeah, being blown up at the, being thrown into the reactor and then blown up inside the Death Star. Yeah, that was just a temporary setback. It really was. It only took him 30 years to
I'm so sleepy. Now, my biggest issues that I have with this movie happen in the very first act.
What?
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
Rescue at Jabba's palace.
Hmm.
Okay, so do you want to try to make a prediction? What do you think his problem with the whole rescue plan is?
Probably okay, so all the people at Jabba's Hut, Jabba's Hut.
Pizza the Hut.
Technically speaking, it is a hut. At Jabba's palace. They're his inner circle. So, like, how the hell did Leia and Lando become part of his inner circle without revealing their identities? I would be one of them.
Lando was disguised as one of the guards, so that one I've always found. How did Lando get into that position? But
yes,
Leia was disguised as a bounty hunter.
Yeah, but like, wouldn't you know? I don't know.
And she brought in Chewie as like her credentials, basically.
I don't know. I'm just thinking. Like, I can't think of anything, really. Oh, Leia's outfit's sexist.
Oh,
there you go. I don't know. I'm just things are popping in my brain and I'm throwing them out there, and you're already countering. Like maybe, maybe it's
maybe because the entire first act is pretty well set up and paid off. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Say it isn't true. Say it isn't so.
I mean, like I said before, Luke's plan gives Jabba the chance to live every single step. He keeps offering, let Han go, and we'll be on our way. He keeps making that offer, and he keeps getting rejected, and that's what led to Luke having to be the badass that he was in the fight scene.
Give me a second. No, I'll be right back.
How dare you?
No.
Okay. Let me guess. Leia was a damsel in distress and should have been should be the one wielding the lightsaber and force powers and kicking everyone's behind. That's a possibility. It's a possibility there, Chris. Too many scantily clad women, not enough intersectional characters. Yeah. The whole first act, it's a stealth rescue mission. So I don't. What is the problem? Like, you're not going to have big action set pieces during a stealth scene because that destroys the whole point of it. I don't know what he might say. I really don't. We need more scantily clad women. I agree. After thinking about it, yes, I agree, Chris Persia.
Hello, I've returned.
Hello.
All right.
And Chris Persia brought up a good point. We need more scantily clad women.
Possibly. All right. Any more?
The chat is pretty much overwhelmingly he is. It's going to be the whole problem with the opening sequence is it's not intersectional enough.
Okay. All right.
Alice. Here's the problem I have with this whole opening arc. Other than it being really, really unexciting for some reason.
It's a stealth operation.
Disagree.
Luke's plan is so convoluted.
No, it's not.
It relies on...
It is not convoluted.
How is it convoluted? Okay, so let's break it down very simple. He
sends the droids as messengers.
Uh-huh.
And and as a sign of good faith, I offer you them as servants. He knows that's not going to be enough. he's fully aware that won't be enough, but on the offhand chance that it will get them Han peacefully, he's willing to part with the droids.
Yeah. They were a bit offended. They're like, what?
well, C-3PO, R2-D2, he's...
R2-D2 has to chill. So
I'll just do whatever, man. I don't care.
Yeah, but C-3PO was like, excuse me. That was rude. And in case that wasn't enough, he had Lando and Leia stationed there.
Well, and technically he had Leia bring in Chewie.
Yes.
If part A didn't work.
Yeah, so you're right. So he had Lando there just to basically survey what's happening. And kind of put force things that needed to happen if plan A, B, whatever weren't working. So
and then so then you had Han come in, or you had Leia with Chewie come in, disguised with Leia disguised as a bounty hunter, and again, and they infiltrated and tried to release Han and sneak out, and they were caught. So they had another chance there. Then Luke himself came in. Release my friends, and we'll be on our way. Yep. And then, not good enough for Jabba, wanted to teach this Jedi a lesson. And, he ruined his favorite wall decoration. So they took him out to the Sarlacc pit to teach them all a lesson. And before Luke jumps in, he gives them the warning. This is your last chance. Let us go, and I'll let you live.
Yeah.
He gave Jabba a chance at every single step.
I thought they were working... I thought they were working together.
No, because Lando was disguised as one of the guards. He was already there when Leia got there.
Yeah. All right, I'm excited. Let's do this thing.
Way too much happening. His plan had absolutely no right actually working. Now, if you guys don't remember, here's exactly what happens. First, he sends R2-D2 and C-3PO to Jabba with a recording of him asking for an opportunity to bargain for Han's life. As an offer of goodwill, he apparently is giving R2-D2 and C-3PO to Jabba. Jabba decides, no, fuck that. And he keeps the...
Yeah.
Uh-huh. All right.
Yes. This is factually correct.
Okay, all right.
Droids anyway. Luke then sends Leia disguised as a bounty hunter to turn in Chewbacca as a bounty. Then
correct.
She threatens him with this bomb so that he gives her more money for the bounty. Why? I don't know. I'll get to this later. Anyway.
Why? Because she's a bounty hunter.
And because she's so tiny, it was a way of making her more intimidating and to show how ruthless she was as a bounty hunter.
Yeah. Yep. Oh,
and Jabba respected the show of power.
Yeah. So. Yep.
And then, I'm assuming he'll get into it, but that night she tries to get Han out.
Yep. And then he's like, "Oh, it's a woman. Ooh, interesting." But he also was prepared because all of these things started happening after the droids were offered, and then he turned them down. So, he knew what was going on. He kind of had an idea that something was happening. So, yeah.
Then she stays overnight so that she can thaw Han out of the carbonite, but then she gets captured herself. So now everyone in Luke's crew is captured. So Luke goes to the palace himself, steals a gun, and tries to shoot Jabba in the...
Yes, he's using a sign of power because he doesn't have his lightsaber right now. It's an R2-D2.
Do you know how terrifying it is if you were just like, "Hey, you captured somebody that I wanted," and as a display, because it's like, he's unarmed. It looks like he's unarmed. So what do you do in order to show that you don't need to be even armed? Yeah. force pull. The gun. It's like, hey, I don't even need a gun because I can take one of yours in order to kill you. So
yeah,
it
was kind of a message to Jabba. I'm powerful. You don't want to do this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Fucking face. Then he falls down a trapdoor, fights a meatball monster. I'm not even going to talk about this because the Rancor fight is actually the only exciting thing that happens in the sequence.
Yeah, the blowing up of Jabba's. Yeah, the blowing up of Jabba's palace.
Exciting scene.
Whatever. Okay.
Okay.
John Williams score disagrees with you, but okay.
And so we're just going to leave that alone. But now Luke is captured as well, so Jabba decides to kill them all by throwing them into the Sarlacc pit. All right. So first of all, why did he give C-3PO to Jabba too?
Because it was a sign of good faith.
Yeah. Correct.
Because, and in the grand scheme of things, the droids aren't that important to the rebellion. They can sacrifice 2 droids.
You gotta remember, even though you're emotionally attached to these 2 droids, in this society, in the Star Wars society, they're just droids.
Yeah.
You can literally buy another one. But even though you're emotionally attached to them, it's like, but that's not, and in a way, Luke was also emotionally attached to them, right?
Right.
But it's.
Yeah, but even in the first movie,
literally life or death. You know?
Yeah, and even in the first movie, you know, when Luke is taking the droids back into their house and the R5 units, you know, kind of explodes. Luke doesn't show any compassion to the droid that just died in front of him. He's like, this droid has a bad motivator.
It's like, bro, can you get me a new one?
And then Uncle Owen's like, hey, what are you trying to pull here?
Yeah. It's like they're just machines. Oh my god. What? Oh, and also to translate, honestly. Like, you think Jabba the Hutt doesn't need a translator? C-3PO is actually pretty valuable to Jabba. Like,
well, and yeah, even though he does understand Luke.
Yeah, but like
C-3PO being there as translator is to benefit the audience.
Yes, well, it's obviously, yeah, but it's kind of also because in if you're trying to make deals and you have 2 species that speak different languages, right? Just on a normal, not like the movie thing where 2 people speak different languages and understand each other, but continue to speak those 2 different languages. But in real life, just imagine you have 2 people that are trying to make a deal, and one of them speaks one language and the other one speaks another language. Having a translator is probably good, just in general, especially if you're a gangster. It's weird.
Yeah.
Anywho.
C-3PO doesn't even know the plan. Why wouldn't he at least tell him the plan if he's supposed to be a part of it? Wouldn't it risk your plan going horribly wrong by not?
Because C-3PO is a blabbermouth. That has been well established.
C-3PO does not shut up. And he speaks English, which it has been established Jabba understands. R2-D2 speaks in beeps, which you can kind of translate.
Deadman Walking 55. It is our lot in life to suffer. Yes. C-3PO does not shut up.
He is absolutely, he will not shut up.
If he knew the plan, he would not only just not go along with it, he would be complaining about it the entire time he was there. And Jabba would know everything.
I would have thought that understanding and possibly speaking other language would be a force ability. I'm just talking about 2 people who aren't force sensitive. Like 2 beings that aren't force sensitive that speak 2 different alien languages, you know? It's just helpful in general to have a translator if you're trying to make deals with different species throughout the galaxy.
And that is actually one of the abilities the Force users have. They have an easier time learning other languages.
Yeah.
Just I'm throwing out some of my EU knowledge.
But the EU doesn't matter.
Oh.
Yeah. It's the EU. How dare you? All right.
Not telling one of your friends about it? I guess people would be upset if C-3PO wasn't there. Sure, whatever. It should also be noted that 3PO is fitted with the restraining bolt, which means that if Luke let him in on the plan and needed him to do something really important, he wouldn't have been able to.
I forgot about the restraining bolt, honestly, so that's funny.
But anything that he needed to do would have been in the palace or on the barge, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah. Doesn't R2-D2 like knock off 3PO? Like, hey, poof.
Yes. Yes.
Shut up. Go.
And R2, despite also getting fit with a restraining bolt, is still able to, get the serving tray off of him and get into position for Luke when he needs to be.
Yeah. Oh no, hold on. I threw it through the window across my screen. No, okay, we're good now.
Restraining bolts make it so that droids can't disobey orders. Yeah, you can check the facts on Wikipedia.
Yes. But
yeah,
if you are
they were doing what Luke expected them to be doing. He used C-3PO as a translator. He used the utility droid as a utility droid. So it didn't endanger his plan.
Yeah. It actually got them in the right places.
Yes,
that they needed him to be.
It really did.
It's like Lucas Smart or something. What? Oh my god.
Or you could just watch A New Hope, where they're used for the first time. Also, what if they put a bolt on R2? Then I guess he wouldn't have been able to give you your fucking lightsaber. Wait a minute. Why don't they put a bolt on R2?
Well, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen it. I don't know if he had one or not.
I don't remember.
But he was used as a utility droid. He was
doing what he was
drinks.
supposed to. Yeah.
So
all he did was he just they didn't give an order where he couldn't shoot out a lightsaber because he didn't know.
Well, and
you can get around that.
And when the two droids were presented to Jabba, C-3PO was the one that was openly complaining. R2-D2 seemed he's just gonna chill. He's fine.
Yeah.
So R2-D2 kind of understood, or at least presented that he understood. I'm a utility droid, and my ownership's being transferred.
Yeah.
C-3PO was the one that was complaining. So why wouldn't you have C-3PO bolted?
Yeah. Also, just in general, it's like R2 knew how to be quiet in that circumstance. R2 knows when to shut up, okay? C-3PO does not. Does not shut up. Oh.
They explicitly don't do it for no reason. Secondly, what was Leia's plan with the thermal detonator?
Give her legitimacy.
Stupid.
Okay, when you have a bounty hunter you've never heard of come in, which yes, I'm now remembering this scene, and you're like 1,000% right. The bounty hunter coming in was to get her in place to possibly to free him if Planet A didn't work. So, she's tiny. Carrie Fisher was like 5'1" or something.
5'1", 5'2", yeah.
Little thing.
She was a little thing.
Okay, most bounty hunters were guys, and they're like 6 foot.
Well, I mean, look at this. Look at the size difference between her and Chewbacca when she presents him. Like, he's towering over her.
Another thing, yeah, it's like, oh, you bounty hunter I've never heard of just captured Han Solo's well-known companion, Han Solo, who I have here, and have a device that could easily free him at any second. Okay. Right. But her having that bomb was like, oh, maybe she did capture him. Because she's equipped, and even despite her size, can obviously wrangle
subdue
her.
a Wookiee.
Yeah, a Wookiee. Yeah.
They say multiple times that he is a very cunning individual. Mind tricks don't even work on the guy. So what if he was like, okay, just use the fucking grenade, you idiot.
Why would he risk that?
It was a show of power.
Yeah, he understood that.
They were negotiating a price. He was trying to undercut her, and she was like, "No, you're not. I want more money now."
Yeah.
And I have a thermal detonator. And everyone was panicking. Jabba was like, "All right, I respect that."
Yeah, he's not gonna ask it because if it's real, what? There's no benefit to saying blow that thing up.
You'll kill everybody, and then you're not gonna get paid. You fucking moron.
Including me. So why would I say that?
No, he respected the show of strength.
Yeah. So why would he ask her to do that? Why would he ask the bounty hunter to try to kill him? And most likely the bounty hunter wouldn't have set it off, even if he would have asked her to. So it was a display of power. That's it. Whatever.
It's not like the detonator is even used again in the movie. It's
this
not
bounty hunter is my kind of scum, fearless and inventive.
You're showing Jabba explaining why he goes along with it. He's like, okay. I respect this person.
Yep.
like a Chekhov's gun or anything. It's forgotten about. The grenade's gone. Don't worry about it. Why does she even need more money from Jabba? This serves...
Oh my god! It's so that people... okay, I mean, first off, look how tiny she is. She's barely up to his elbow.
She's a little thing, okay? Absolutely tiny. It's like, if you're tiny, you have to... Oh, like, okay, say this was... like if you wanted to be a police officer, say you wanted to be a police officer, and you're like a 5'1" woman, you have to overcome certain things because of your size, so that you can take out a 300-pound man.
That's just your internalized misogyny talking.
No, okay. You're like a tiny woman. You need to be able to figure out more inventive ways to take down a 300-pound man.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a size difference.
I did a little bit of wrestling when I was in high school, and I'm on the smaller side. So my opponents in my weight class usually were taller, but were thinner. So they had a longer reach. So I had to outthink them.
Mm-hmm.
I had to be very, very careful when I made a move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when you're on the smaller side, you need to think.
Yeah. Like in D&D, there's reasons why different species or races, whatever you want to call them, have different pluses and minuses, right?
Yeah.
There's reasons for that. It's because you can't have, like... I hate to reference this, but Zootopia actually is a great example. Like, Judy is a tiny little bunny, and she has to figure out how to use her skills that she has and her talents in order to outdo these giant, like, animals and to go onto the Force. And it's hard. And she learns that she has a lot of speed. So she uses her speed as a way to overcome these big brute giants, right? Because a lot of times people that are that big aren't, or just, I guess, animals that big wouldn't be fast. So she uses it to outthink them and outmaneuver them. So, I don't know. Weird.
No purpose. I don't understand why this is here.
We're not here.
Thirdly, does this whole plan hinge on the idea that these events will happen exactly in the sequence that they occur?
No.
No, that's why he has like 20 plans.
No. We have been over this. He keeps giving Jabba a chance.
Part A. A. Give the droids. B. If that doesn't work, bring Leia in with the Chewbacca disguised as the bounty hunter. Have Lando in there.
Pat asked, no. I never did try that tactic of hitting him with a folding chair.
And yeah, of course, she's going into the Hustler without being known. Of course, she's going to take precautions. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, that's why I was like, you gotta be prepared. And yeah,
and then when Jabba's like, I will give you this much for Chewbacca, and she's like, no, I want 50,000, no less.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, yeah, you're surrounded. What are you gonna do? And then she pulls out this bomb.
And they're like, oh, never mind.
And again, everyone else was freaking out, and Jabba was like, all right, okay.
Respect, moving on. Yeah, exactly.
Can Luke see the fucking future?
Okay, premonitions are part of the Force. That's been established.
Also, maybe he just is a good tactician.
Yeah.
Maybe
Colin P. Smith. It's called multi-path and contingency planning.
Also, we're assuming that this was only Luke coming up with the plan.
Yeah.
And not the entire rebellion, along with the best tacticians the rebellion had to offer.
At the very least, the other members of our hero party was involved. It was probably involved in the plan.
Yeah.
And and at the end of Empire, Lando heads off to Tatooine.
Yeah.
And by the time Luke gets there, Lando is already is already in Jabba's palace. So he probably did some scouting and then did some work to ingratiate himself to become part of the guards.
Yep.
That takes
the way
time.
That Luke is getting everybody.
Hmm?
Yeah, that all that kind of takes time.
In this scene, it makes me think that this is exactly what he wanted to happen. How the fuck could he have known that Jabba would capture them all, keep them alive?
He didn't know for certain. He kept assuming that Jabba would continually make the decision of ignoring his warning.
And
he planned for that.
If you're doing a plan like this, you plan for the worst case scenario.
Yes.
In which you all get captured and you're about to be executed. You know what Lando scouting probably helped doing is he found out about the Sarlacc pit, and that's how he liked to execute people. Along with whatever what Langkor, I think is what it's called.
Rancor with an R.
Rancor, yeah. Whatever, Landcor.
Which they didn't need to do it, but the Rancor caretaker crying is funny.
I liked that. Here's this ferocious monstrosity, and he's just like, "Oh, my pet!" And like, "Oh." Okay.
He like shoves the guards out of the way when Luke gets captured, and he's like, "It's so over the top. It's wonderful. Like this little character has like a little moment. It's nice and funny."
Yeah. So.
I have drive them out to the desert with all of his friends on the sand skiff and feed them to a giant monster in the sand.
Because they As we've established, this is about a year after the events of Empire, and Lando went directly to Tatooine at the end. He probably did scouting and gathering information.
Wouldn't you? Obviously.
It is a multi-layered plan, and every single point, like, okay, I will make this offer here. What happens if that's rejected? And we'll plan for that. And then, okay, this will probably happen after that. What happens if that fails? And what happens if Leia is unsuccessful in getting Han out of there? Well, they're captured, and they will probably be and Chewie and Leia will probably be enslaved. He may not know exactly the specifics of how they would be enslaved, but he could probably guess they'd be enslaved.
Yeah.
And then, okay, if that happens, then what? Well, I guess I need to show up. I won't have my lightsaber, so I need to disarm one of the guards and threaten Jabba.
Yep.
If that fails, then what?
Yeah. Exactly. Kind of just you do step by step by step, cause and effect. Let's see, plan ahead so that no matter what happens, you all get out alive. Even if you have to kill them.
Yep.
So, you plan for the success of your mission, no matter what scenario, including the worst case scenario, happens. So,
Who the fuck can predict all of that? You must.
Colin P. Smith, there's this thing called intelligence.
I like this. I like that.
Be really good at chess, Luke. Like, what if Jabba just killed him in a way that doesn't allow you to have an open brawl?
That is why Lando was sent to scout. So that he knew. And if he was there for like a year, he became very, very familiar.
And working with the guards.
And became very familiar of the procedures.
Yes.
So that they knew exactly what was going to happen. To a T. They knew what was going to happen, and worst case scenario, if each scenario, got to the worst and worst, what's intelligence? What's good military tactics?
With everybody. What if he just
in
tortured
a war, by the way. This is a war, just FYI.
Tortured them or disintegrated them, because we've seen that he's fully capable of doing both of those things. What's stopping him from killing everyone before Luke gets there?
Okay, technically nothing, but he knows a Jedi is interested in this. He's a gangster. He wants to use anything he can to his advantage. If he outright killed them all, he's going to get the Jedi unnecessarily angry at him.
Mm-hmm.
And Pat Esther actually brought up a good point. Luke, I forgot, Luke lived on Tatooine, so he probably at least had heard of Jabba.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I actually made a joke about that. Yeah, we were laughing about that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's probably somewhat familiar.
What if he decided not to bring R2 on the sand skiff? Then you don't get a lightsaber. What if somebody died? Also, was Luke's endgame just to start fighting everybody? He doesn't even go for Jabba himself. What if Leia was incapable of over...
It's weird. It's like he was fighting to Jabba. Josh, would you imagine that if you were a gangster, you would have a shit ton
I don't need to imagine, but go ahead.
Imagine that you're a gangster. Wouldn't you put a whole shit ton of guards in case something goes wrong? in front of you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Just thought.
And then
Powering this.
And then the sex slave that you have chained to your bed thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe the guards wouldn't be accessible to them when they're fighting a Jedi. Wielding this almost invincible laser sword. So that slave uses their chains to kill you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't think it would have been satisfying at all if Luke was the one that killed.
Oh yeah, no,
Jabba.
I cheered. I was like,
no, it really had to be Leia.
yeah, it was good. It also proved that no matter what, she's a strong woman.
Mm-hmm.
She was literally set up to be a sex slave for this gangster, and she took that and flipped it on his head.
Yes.
Used it as an advantage. Her chains, literally used the chains that he had chained her to his bed with to kill him.
Yep.
Whatever.
Hulking monster. You had a lot of faith in your unarmed, naked sister.
He was fighting to get her.
Yeah.
He was literally fighting to go save her. That's what he was doing. He jumped up on there and he was fighting his way into where Jabba was.
Yeah, Spike and Madness, yes. Leia was in on Luke's plan. Taking out Jabba was part of it. Yes.
Yes, it was part of the plan, regardless of whether Luke was going to do it or if Leia was going to do it. Now,
But when the opportunity presents itself, whoever has the clear shot, take it.
Also, if I was in her position, the first thing I'm thinking, what's keeping me calm is I could probably choke this motherfucker out with this chain. You know? Also, Lando probably helped with that too. The idea that if he captures her, he's probably going to make her a sex slave. Just FYI, start brainstorming.
Maybe have a longer chain to keep her there.
So,
yeah,
if he actually, honestly, if he would have had like a shorter chain, it would have chained not her neck but all then she wouldn't have been able to do that properly.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's what happens when you get arrogant.
But and no. Luke did not know Leia was his sister at this point.
No.
That gets revealed later.
No, yeah. It's much later, yeah.
Leia has proven before that, yeah, she's pretty badass. But what if her fight had been any more difficult? She kills him in a room full of his friends and colleagues, and no one tries to stop her.
Who's freaking out because
there's a Jedi.
There's a Jedi with a lightsaber slicing down literally anyone who approaches him, and he's making his way to where you're standing. I'd probably be freaking out too.
They're getting the hell out. All the guests are trying to get the hell out.
That too. They're abandoning ship. They don't give a shit. They're thinking about them. They don't care about him.
No.
He's a gangster. He didn't make his friends. He didn't make friends with these people. These are because of his power, because of his money, because of his status. That's why you can't buy friends, by the way.
Oh.
Because, they'll leave because they're not there for you. They're there for some thing that you have. So.
I mean, I guess she beats him anyway, so whatever.
I'm glad that you're mad that the enslaved woman that was going to be forced to have sex with this monstrosity.
Yes, Dead Man Walking. Yeah, the lights also went out. I was about to point that out. The lights went out, which is why it's dark in this scene, because that was also part of the plan. Shut out the lights to get the panicked crowd even more panicked. And that was Leia's opportunity.
I mean, it's kind of implied, Colin. I don't know.
I think it's safe to say that was kind
I
of.
don't know. Why would you why would you do that otherwise?
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know. It's like, why would I assume that Jabba was above sex slaves? He hasn't given me any indication why he would be, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, that's right. Leia smashed the lights. That's right. Spike and Madness.
Yeah. Leia wasn't going down without a fight, basically. So
Right.
she was going to fight for herself. She didn't wait for Luke to come and save her. Which is why I say Leia was not a damsel in distress at any point. She, part of the plan was going, and she made do with what she could. Because there was a possibility that things were going to get reorganized, and, what if he had Luke standing up there with him, watching his friends die instead of down there? There's little things that just in case something goes wrong or something doesn't go, we have plans. They had a year to plan this.
Yeah.
To a T. They probably
and by killing the Rancor, that enraged Jabba. Like, we will take them to the Sarlacc pit. So Jabba wanted Luke dead, so he was not going to keep Luke there as he watched his friends die.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like,
he wanted him dead at that point.
There's a chance that they, the Rancor maybe wasn't part of their plan entirely. They didn't think about the Rancor, or the Rancor was new enough or something. So maybe they didn't plan for that. So just in case, they came up with multiple contingency plans. All right, if this happens, do this. If this happens, do that. A year, people. All right, if you ever played games like Settlers of Catan, you have to come up with an entire strategy in a matter of minutes. They had a whole year to do this. So just not put it that way.
It doesn't, I guess. Here's the thing. If Luke was just planning on a full frontal assault, why not just whip out the fucking lightsaber right from the very beginning in the palace?
I do have to ask, why did he have R2-D2 keep the lightsaber? Out of curiosity. Is it because in case he was captured, they wouldn't take it away from him and he had a way to have access to it? Okay.
Because as we saw, when Luke tried to attack them right here, he got overwhelmed because it's close quarters.
Yeah. I was just double checking and making sure. Just the thought kind of popped in my mind, and yeah. Fair enough.
Like, don't see anybody else in. Just fight everybody on your own, because obviously.
Also, just a thought. That bikini isn't nearly as revealing as people make it out to be. I have walked on the beach and seen women wearing far less than that. For a bikini, it is modest. I'm just saying. Just thought. Also,
Are you saying I could pull it off?
I just got this really funny mental image of you and that, and then Becky as Becky is like the female Han Solo or something. That's funny. That's actually really entertaining. Actually, no, not funny. Hey, you're the one that brought it up. I didn't bring that up. Okay, you're the one that brought that up. That wasn't me. It's your fault.
This is true.
Blame Josh. Also, Chris Persia, I need that edit.
Oh, joy.
Oh my god. But it's golden metal. It's so hot. Oh god, I forgot about that. Yeah, imagine her being, oh Jesus, it's like a brand. Oh no.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Plus, I also know Carrie Fisher mentioned that she wasn't able to wear any undergarments with that outfit, so
she was very uncomfortable, and you can tell.
Yeah, and it's like there are like several points where it's kind of like falling away from her.
Yeah, it wasn't fit properly either. So, and I think she had to go on like a very intense diet plan in order to for the approval. of the people that were, you know. The fun fact for people out there, not every single person on this planet has the ability to have an entirely flat stomach.
No.
And also, it's actually better to not have a completely flat stomach unless you're like an athlete or something. Because when you're a woman, fat kind of holds warmth more. And you want just a little bit, at least, around like your stomach and your, area, because it keeps the baby warm. Fun scientific fact. So, oh, that's hilarious.
That's misogynist.
You missed the start. Well, we were talking about Palpatine at the start. So,
yep.
Could I pull it off? No, because then she would be naked. Oh. Yeah, it looks uncomfortable and she's not comfortable. I wish they would have just made it like fit better, but also like, yeah. I think if it fit better, she would have been more comfortable. But yeah, there was no way you're wearing undergarments with that outfit. So
no, you really can't.
No, especially since like on the side
it's so high. It's such a high cut.
Yes, it's impossible to have that. I'm working on that edit for you. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Chris.
Hey, you're the one that opened that door. Okay.
I know.
So you can handle them all. That was never really a concern of his. Now don't say, oh, well, Luke wouldn't do that because it's not the Jedi way. He's murdering these people.
Oh, my God. As we have stated multiple times, yeah, he kept giving Jabba a chance to give up. This was the ultimate. Okay, guess you're out of chances now.
I guess he doesn't understand military tactics. And to be fair, it's not like I went to school for it or anything, and I'm not like trained in it. Or it's just I understand like the logic of progression, and I understand being tactical and thinking things out, and I don't. To pull off an operation like this, it takes a lot of planning. Like you're not just going to go in there guns blazing. You're just not. You're going to have multiple, contingency plan, backup. If this thing happens, it's going to. I think it shows a great deal of strength in the military of the rebellion. It shows a lot of strength, and his core group, along with like the rebellion itself, they have patience, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Of course, they were going to rescue Han too, because that benefits the rebellion. He's their best pilot. It's what they've talked about. Han is like the pilot, the go-to pilot, right? So, if you're gonna, and isn't he a general at this point, or had he not been a general yet?
I think they refer to him as General Solo.
Yeah. So I don't know. Whatever.
Now to top all this shit off, Boba Fett dies like a bitch. Yes, I said he dies because as far as the new canon is concerned, he's dead as fuck.
Was this made before he was announced to have his own show coming out?
I guess it was before The Mandalorian. I'm gonna go look real quick.
But yeah. Here's the thing. I'm one of those people that doesn't give a shit about Boba Fett.
Oh, I don't give a shit about him either. I don't understand why he's so popular.
Because he looks cool, that's why.
Oh, I don't even think he looked that cool. May 20th, 2017 is when this came out.
That might be right before The Mandalorian.
It's still funny.
But yeah, so either way, okay, he's now wrong on that because Boba Fett has his own show coming out soon.
Yeah, but it's not his fault for not knowing that. Honestly, I didn't give a shit about him in any way, shape, or form. And seeing him die, I was just kind of like, okay, whatever. I don't really care about this character. And
Yeah.
I don't know why they revived him in the EU.
Because he got popular, that's why.
But why did he get popular?
I don't know, to be honest.
I've
never understood the popularity of Boba Fett.
Can someone explain to me why this, like, he's not even a minor character. This extra like became so popular to the point that he got revived and in the EU and then also in Disney, and now he's getting his own show and was also supposed to get his own movie.
Which The Mandalorian clearly was originally supposed to be, and then they didn't want to pay Boba Fett rights.
Yes. I don't get it. Well, unfortunately, someone I know for sure is an EU book nerd is currently streaming, so...
Blame Loki.
Yep.
I knew who you're talking about.
So he decided to watch Spider-Man instead of just sitting here and being our EU book nerd. How dare he? He talks back to Vader. Nobody talks back to Vader.
Palpatine did.
I don't know. Like,
you did that, Palpatine. What are you talking about?
Yeah. His action figure is awesome. I must have really just missed the boat on that. I would love to actually now I'm like way more interested in trying to figure out why he was so popular. Like, how did he get to that point? He is absurdly popular for basically being an extra. I'm sorry, but he was like nothing. Boba Fett was a mysterious character back in the day. Now the mystery is dead. That's why we love Boba Fett. I mean,
okay.
I guess.
I'm allowed to. He's my biatch.
Oh, that's true. And then he made you his bitch by throwing you down the... No, never mind. He didn't really do anything because he came back. Never mind. Vader did nothing.
Not only does he get killed by Han...
Sorry, the way he dies is so funny. Bloop! Poof!
Man, back when...
On accident.
Practical effects had, in stuntmen, because that is one serious drop these guys go through.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta...
Vet dies like a bitch. Yes, I said he dies because as far as the new canon is concerned, he's dead as fuck. Not only does he get killed by Han on accident...
He got fucking annihilated by a blind...
Yeah, it's almost like... It's almost like Star Wars has a bit of sense of humor to their action sequences too.
No. Entirely serious.
The wuss.
That's so funny. You just get woo.
All that was missing was it being the Goofy scream.
Oh, it should have been Wilhelm. Oh my god.
I mean, well, they may have already used their Wilhelm quota.
There's
the Wilhelm scream is in all the Star Wars movies until The Last Jedi ruined that, stopped that trend.
It did a lot of things. I don't know why, but I love it. It's just one of those.
Oh, because it's a funny scream.
It's just one of those like, okay, look, Wilhelm.
And I've actually seen the movie where the scream originated from.
Ooh, what was it?
I am drawing a blank on the title, but it was a character named Wilhelm. And it was a Western, and he got shot in the leg with an arrow.
Nice. And
it was just that actor just did that scream, and then it, for whatever reason, back in like only 2 years after the movie that it originated from, they used that clip. They used that audio clip for the scream
over and over and over
for other movies, and I don't know why. It just did.
I don't know. It's great. I love it.
By a horrifying hentai monster that burps cartoonishly afterwards.
I don't know. He kind of swallowed a giant. He just swallowed somebody.
How embarrassing.
In the last movie, there's a real
I have to admit, I don't understand the Boba Fett thing, but whatever.
really cool scene where Boba gets the jump on Luke. Luke is like sneaking around Cloud City when bam, Boba Fett out of fucking nowhere. But it's not.
It's like he was trained to kill Jedi or something.
Or he knows what his job is. You know, he's trying to get his
bounty hunter.
Bounty. Yeah, he's a bounty hunter, and he's trying to get his bounty loaded onto the ship so he can get paid.
It's like complimenting a professional hunter. Hey, look, he shot an deer. Like, yes, that is.
Look at that amazing fisherman. He caught a fish.
The surprises just keep on coming.
Out of nowhere. In the previous shot, if you look in the background, you can see when Luke unholsters his blaster, Boba hears him and turns his head. He was ready for his ass. He is.
Somebody's good at their job.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Then, hey, guess what? Also, filmmakers were somewhat good at one point, and they made it so that people were doing things believably.
Is fully prepared, but none of that coolness is present in this movie. So that's the first third of the movie. And aside from some cool stuff, it pretty much sucked. So the second arc must be better, right? Yeah, no, it's not. It's not better.
I thought he said the first arc was the one with all the problems.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The entire middle portion of this movie is occupied by fucking Ewoks. This subplot.
Yeah, I'll agree. The Ewoks are too much. If they were a little bit right, then okay. But they're just in there a little bit too much. Just a little bit.
The Charge at Feather River, 1953. That was the movie where the Wilhelm scream originated from.
Ah, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Oh yes, I know that there have been minor one-off characters, but like, how do I put this? I guess I just don't understand what there needs to be enough character in the character to pique my interest. And I guess I just don't see how Boba Fett had enough character in the original trilogy. Now, I can understand it if it was like an underground like cult movement. You know, like, and I don't mean like cult as in like a cult, right? But I mean like how certain movies become cult classics, or certain, you know, there's like a movement in the fandom that made it kind of popular, and then one of those fans ends up becoming a writer in Star Wars and writes for the EU and enhances the character, makes him
Pablo
better.
Hidalgo, a fan who got to work and become part of Lucasfilm.
Oh. See, every time I hear the word, the phrase, the name Pablo Hidalgo, I hear the EBS thing. Pablo Hidalgo, where did your balls go? And like, it's every time. It just pops in my brain. And I'm just seeing the Phantom Menace. Just that small scene of her during the pod race was enough for me to be interested in her character. I don't know. Maybe just personally me, he didn't stand out enough for me to really care, right? But I mean, if there was enough people that really did that, then that makes total sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that I got to the party so late in the Star Wars fandom, like I got into the Star Wars fandom, like really, I've watched the movies, obviously, my whole life, but actually like got into it and became a fan right after Carrie Fisher died. So like, I think a year before The Last Jedi came out, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, she died in 18?
I thought it was 17.
In 2017.
Yeah, it was before The Last Jedi came out and right after Carrie Fisher had died because, like, you know, she had just died and people were really sad about it. And I was just like, you know what?
Oh, no, it was 2016 she died.
Oh, 2016. All right, so I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
she
okay.
died a
Alan
year
Rickman died, like, right there alongside her, like, a month after her, I think, if I'm remembering correctly.
I
Right?
thought Alan Rickman died like several months before.
Or was it before? I
Like
remember
2016, we lost a ton of celebrities.
Yeah. I thought it was like January. Then who died in that January of 2017? Because I could have sworn somebody else died. I don't remember who it was. But yeah. Anyway, so I got into it because I wanted to rewatch them in her memory, and that was the first time in my adult life I had sat down and watched the Star Wars movies.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually appreciated them a lot more as an adult, which is why I find it endlessly hilarious when people are like, it's for kids. I enjoyed them way more when I was in college than I was when I was a kid. So, I don't. It's like you can't appreciate Han Solo's snark and Leia's sass and Darth Vader's awesomeness until like you get older. I don't feel like you can just like, really appreciate that until you get older. So the fact that people are like, oh, it's for kids. It's like, why on earth would you think that? Well, there's a bunch of toys and then there's Five Nights at Freddy's toys in the kids section, okay? That is literally a franchise about murdered children. Okay? Like, just because something's in a kids section doesn't mean anything. So, whatever.
Imaginably dull. The team spends an entire third of the movie hanging out at Build-A-Bear Workshop. If the
that was funny. Look, clever writing. Oh, that was funny. Jesus, that was hilarious.
Ewoks were used significantly less than they were, things really wouldn't be that bad. The encounter where the heroes get captured and almost eaten is actually kind of fun. But Jesus Christ, this is what we get for the rest of the fucking movie. Luke and the gang spend the night here, eat dinner, fuck around. I mean, weren't you guys sent there to do something?
Because they're captured. They need to ingratiate themselves so that they can, like, hey, you know those people that you don't like? We're not with them. We're actually fighting against them. You can help us. And that actually served part of the plot because the Empire was not equipped for such primitive tactics.
Yeah, they literally threw giant rocks at them, and it worked because their machinery was built to withstand blaster and other like missile-like blasts, not for giant boulders to be lobbed at the legs. They just didn't think like they don't have that kind of technology to knock something out like that. So
now I will freely admit, overall, I'm not a huge fan of the Ewoks fighting the Empire and kicking their ass either.
Yeah, no, I feel like there should have been more struggle between the two. Yeah, and there wasn't enough struggle.
Yeah, I mean, we saw one teddy bear get killed and his friend cry over him.
Sad music. Sad. I thought it was his mom, and I cried when I watched it. I was like, "No, mom, the mom, no." Yeah, I'm like, no, don't do that. Anyway, I think it could have been better. The whole Ewok section could have been better. But the scene with Vader and Luke, and then Lando, and I totally forget the character he's with. What is that character called?
Who, Lando?
No, Lando, the guy who's co-piloting for them.
Yubnub?
Is it Yubnub, really?
Something like that?
I have no idea. I can't remember. It's totally blank. But anyway, like them leaving the rebellion with Akbar, and that's really fun to watch too. But the Ewoks are a little meh. So I'm not even gonna try to bring up. I keep saying the toys were for kids, movies were for everybody. I like that. And obviously Star Wars, like Lucasfilm and all of them understand that the toys are actually not just for kids. The Black Series is not for children's toys. That is for serious collectors.
Mm-hmm.
So, because they are high quality products. That is not made for like kids to be played with, you know?
Something important. Don't you all have a job to do? So Luke gets himself captured because even he's
okay. Because they were captured, and I know you forget about that, but they were captured, and literally because C-3PO looks the way he does, they thought he was their god, and
Yes.
because he spoke for them and on behalf of them, just because they came with him didn't mean anything. He had to convince them, hey, these people are with me. So they were stuck dealing with the Ewoks. But that was the only way they were going to make it out.
Yeah.
So, and they used it to their advantage. So.
sick of the Ewoks. Now you'd expect Luke's reunion with Vader to be an epic affair, because last time they were near each other, they were trying to kill each other. Vader mutilated him. Things got kind of emotional. But this is how it happens in this movie.
He surrenders himself to the Empire.
Yeah.
Because he knew.
He does that for two main reasons.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Luke turns himself into the Empire. One, the primary reason, is because he wants to reach the part of Anakin that he still senses and try to redeem his father, because family is the most important thing to Luke Skywalker.
No. Nephew had a bad dream. Must die.
Right. Total makes absolute sense for character development that way. The other reason he leaves is because he can sense Vader, so he knows Vader can sense him, and he's trying to not let Vader figure out what their plan is, even though Vader already knows.
Yes, because
it's a trap.
Yeah, the Empire planned for that because they fed them information that would play right into their hand. So
this is a rebel that surrendered to us. Although he denies it, I believe there may be more of them.
It's so fucking...
You played the portion where he tells you one of the reasons. He wanted him to believe he came alone, so it wouldn't interfere with the other plan. He knew going there with them was going to lead to this possible situation. So, acted accordingly. I don't know.
Dull. We get some interesting dialogue between Luke and Vader, but it's not really necessary for things to pan out in this way. This stuff could have happened in a much more climactic manner. This is how you run into an ex-girlfriend, not the evil cyborg space wizard that happens to be your dad.
Oh, what?
What did he want him to do? Like, kill him? That was like, he didn't want to kill him.
And this is the first time that they've met up after Luke sacrificed himself after finding out who Vader is.
Over a year. Not only was it over a year for Luke to process, that was over a year for Vader to process that too. Okay? It's like, I guess this guy forgets that, hey, Vader is technically a human being beneath that.
Yes.
And he had to process all of that.
Yes.
Too.
And what was Vader trying to accomplish when he was trying to get Luke to join the dark side? So that they could take out the Emperor.
Yeah. So
because he's not strong enough to do it.
He didn't believe he was strong enough to do it. The Emperor had basically made it. And the armor, actually, if you know a little bit about the armor that Vader wears,
I've read the Wikipedia article on Vader's armor, and it's kind of funny.
Yes, but I'm just talking about like his armor is created not for comfort.
No,
because pain leads to anger.
His suit, his shoes literally don't fit.
Yes, his suit. Because pain leads to anger, and anger leads to hate, and hate leads to we all know the same. So he literally keeps Anakin in pain.
Odd librarian out. Oh my god.
What? I have neither the time nor the crayons to explain the basics. Yeah, I don't either. I don't either, my dude. The suit is literally to keep him in pain all the time, so he remains in the Sith. Like it's not for comfort. He is in agonizing pain 24/7. So.
Yep.
Like. Whatever. Okay. No. Screen. There we go.
Now, luckily, we're moving into the final act of the movie, and by this time, you would think that things might get exciting.
They do.
Well,
exciting is hardly the word I would choose.
This final battle.
Okay, that was a clever segue. I'll give him that.
Okay.
Scoot.
Is almost good. It takes a little while for Sheev to goad Luke into fighting.
Same Sheev.
It is funny. Palpatine's first name being Sheev is funny.
You could have just always kept it at him just being called Palpatine, and I would have been fine with that. Like, the one name shit. I could have been totally fine with that.
Yeah, but no, Sheev.
You gave Yoda no last name or anything, so,
Yeah.
And just keep Palpatine's great, but my name's Sheev.
But as a viewer, you can see the battle getting worse and worse for the rebels, and Luke must feel pretty hopeless at this point. He probably thinks...
Yeah, that's the point. It was a trap.
It's a trap.
That was literally the point. They did all this planning and going through this whole adventure, and then the Emperor drops that bombshell on Luke. Oh, they will find the shield generator fully operational, and then the whole, this fully armed and operational Death Star. It was a trap.
You have to think it from Luke's point of view, too. Luke gave himself up because he didn't want anyone to know what was happening and wanted them to just think, hey, I have come here to surrender to the Emperor, right? I am surrendering. That's why he's not fighting Vader. That's why he's not making a big deal out of it. He is just going to the ship, fully ready to sacrifice himself, right? Hoping to turn his father back, right?
Right.
And
Luke is prepared to die.
Yes, when he gets on the ship and he's presented to the Emperor, and the Emperor's like, by the way, there was no reason for you to do what you just did. We not only planned all this, we've been planning this forever. We knew this is what was going to happen.
Yep.
And now you're doomed. So I'm glad you decided to do this. This was much easier than trying to, capture you or whatever. But
we've lured the rebellion into a trap.
We're
going to wipe out all of your friends.
Yes, we lured you into a trap. We lured the guys out there in space into a trap, and we lured the guys down trying to get the shield generator shut off into a trap. We have defeated you on 3 levels as of right now. Checkmate.
Basically.
That's basically what that was. But okay, whatever. It wasn't flashy enough.
Thinks that fighting his way out of here is the only option he has left. Then there's this really good reveal about the Death Star actually fucking working.
Yes. Yeah, because if I was making a second Death Star, the first thing I would make is make sure that the laser thing is functional.
Yeah.
I would worry about officer accommodations after I made the thing that makes it a threat functional. The planet destroying gun. That is my priority. That is the only thing I really need to finish on this Death Star.
And what was the rebellion's reaction when they realized the Death Star was working?
Oh shit! That was the reaction.
Like
they were like,
"The shot came from the Death Star. Oh my god!
Oh my god! Turn around! You turn this bitch!"
And then, nope. There's the blockade.
And there's the blockade.
It was a trap.
It was a trap. He's like, everyone's fucked. In fact, honestly, the fact that they made it out alive is pretty miraculous. And it is all about the ingenuity and improvisation of when everything goes wrong. What do you do? And it's
because the team attacking the shield generator was also captured.
Yeah, they had to. Everybody was like, the people on the planet were like, we might have to die in order to make this thing go boom. And we're totally ready for that.
Yeah, that shield generator must be destroyed at all costs.
Yes, like the scene, everyone's favorite scene at the end of Rogue One, right? Hey, we have to pass this information along, no matter how many of us die. This information must be passed on, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Welcome to war, I guess.
War in Star Wars. Who would have thought?
I'm getting angry. Getting a little angry.
I'm
also hungry, so that could have something to do with it. Oh.
Only good dramatic reveals in the movie. You know what? No, it's the only one. But the problem with this
I don't need 20 million dramatic reveals, though. I don't even need, 4, right? A movie's not graded on how good it is, on how many dramatic reveals there are. Like this was literally, you were also good film making. The Empire was luring the rebels into a trap, and in a way, it was luring the audience into a trap too, because you didn't expect that to happen.
Right.
Look, subverting expectations correctly.
Yes.
And you know what? It made it better. So.
Is that there's just too much going on, and not a lot of it is that interesting. Ewoks are fighting stormtroopers, Han and the crew are trying to destroy the shield generator, Lando's leading the assault in space with Admiral Akbar, and Luke is fighting Vader. Now, there are only 1.5 of these plot lines that are actually interesting. Luke versus Vader, and the Death Star assault in space. The space battles look really visually impressive, and you feel the stress of the fleet as they get caught in 2 traps.
It's a trap!
Yeah, I know it is.
Okay.
He knew.
I say 1.5 because the focus should definitely be more on Luke than anything else. This is his movie. It's called Return of the Jedi. Whether that refers to Luke returning or Anakin returning.
Sorry, just realized that the only reason he didn't land that flawlessly is because his shoes didn't fit.
But dude, the title works for both examples that you're referencing.
Actually, also, Return of the Jedi is not about Luke. That is not what the title is referencing. Return of the Jedi is the return of Anakin Skywalker as a Jedi.
Yeah, which is what he's saying. Like, I don't know if Return of the Jedi means the return of Luke Skywalker or the return of Anakin to the light side. It's kind of it works for both, but it really is about Anakin.
Yes. So
to the light, the action should revolve around these 2 characters. In their last movie.
What?
Oh no.
What?
I think Chris Persia has a thing for you.
Check your DM. Oh. Ooh. 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 I don't think I can show that. Well, it shows your actual face. So do you want me to show it or not? I'm not gonna show it. All right, I'm just gonna put it. I'm gonna save it.
Is it Becky's actual face?
No, it's not. It's just you.
That's
Here.
fine then.
You sure?
Yeah, why don't you send it to me real quick?
You want to send it? Okay, here, dude.
You can show that.
Yeah.
You can show that.
Oh, y'all are in for a treat. Hold on a second.
You should have gone with a fox face, Chris, but it's fine.
Do you want me to show it? You sure?
Yeah, go ahead. It's already out there.
All right. Dun, da, 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 da.
There we go.
I almost left the studio instead of stopped sharing. No, it's good. It's fine, Chris. Wait, no. We did not wait. We will never wait. That was beautiful. That was amazing. Sand. I hate sand.
Wait, why does Palpatine hate sand?
Well, I guess technically... I don't know. You know what? I don't know. For future Revento will be just by Cyberfox. That was great. That was hilarious. All right, that was the funniest thing I've seen all day. Oh my god. Anyway, back to the video.
Their duel was actually pretty long. They went all over the fucking place. And here it's much shorter because there's just so much other shit that's crammed into the climax. The fight
The guys.
is good. Yeah. And the character stuff that we get for Luke is great. But then we have to look at more dumb shit in between all this. Oh, look, they throw rocks on their heads. They throw rocks and they have little sticks.
I somewhat agree.
There's a big difference between sticks and logs.
That's why food. Vader's irritated him and puts that in his boots. Oh no! Oh no!
This is really exciting. It's not exciting. I'm lying. It's not exciting. Now I could keep going on and on, but look, the movie's fucking over. That was it. It was 2 hours, and most of it was pretty fucking boring. And yeah, I say it over and over again, but that's the only thing wrong with this movie. It's boring. I could compile maybe a half hour of fun and interesting content from this movie, and some of that stuff would be among my favorite Star Wars moments. Like the last fight. The fight between Luke and Vader is actually really fucking interesting. But that's just not enough for me.
I don't care if it's not enough for you.
Yeah.
I mean, if you find something boring, that's on you. That is and that. First off, that's fine. I don't find the movie boring. I think there were some mistakes made. Certainly, I have said this. I think this is the weakest of the original movies. But it is set up very, very, very well.
I tell you what, it's a much better conclusion than what we ended up getting.
Yeah.
Rey Skywalker. Oh no!
Rey Palpatine.
I love it. And someone was like, hey, the Palpatine one at the end. It's like, oh. Yeah.
So I can't help but imagine how the movie could have been made just a little differently to make it a lot more exciting. You know what would have been cool to see? If this movie was paced a little differently and featured different scenes, we could have gotten to see a really...
But that doesn't tell me anything. If this movie was paced differently and we saw different scenes that I'm not going to, give examples of, then yeah, maybe it would have been good. It's like,
if this movie had different scenes and had different contexts and different characters, then it could have worked.
It's like, I agree the Ewoks went on a little bit too long. I agree.
Yeah.
I wasn't a big fan of the Ewoks either. I mean, when I was little, I thought they were cute, but then, like, when you look at them, you're like, oh.
Yeah, and they were clearly done so that there would be Ewok like teddy bears, because George Lucas wanted to get that for his daughter.
They were slightly more useful porgs.
Oh, Ewoks are vastly superior to porgs.
Yeah. I mean, they were useful. They actually did stuff, right?
Yes.
But, like...
They were, instead of these hairy penguins.
Yes. And, yeah, porgs are cute, but that's all they are. They're just cute.
I still wanted Chewbacca to eat that one that he'd already killed and cooked.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed. But honestly,
like that,
I liked
that would have been really funny, actually. If
that would have made me laugh.
He looks at the porgs and they're like all looking at him horrified, and then he just
still
eats it.
Slowly eats them.
That would have been that would have been hilarious.
Yeah, that would have been funny. He had no music, the fire just crackling, and he puts it, and he just stares at him. They're staring back, all pitiful expression. He just eats it and slowly chews.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's just like, and...
Really good grand scale adventure, chronicling how the Rebel Alliance brings the band back together and stops the Empire once and for all. Start the movie with Jabba's palace. Let us see him and get a sense of how shitty a person he is.
We literally did.
We did start the movie at Jabba's palace. What are you talking about?
Interesting.
Maybe show how Lando gets planted into the palace.
We don't need to see that,
needed. Though. No. Because, especially since Star Wars has never really done, like, time jumps in the films. Like, once you get to that's the point of the opening title crawl. It catches you up with what has happened. Then once the movie starts, it moves pretty linearly from that point. They don't do time skips or flashbacks until The Last Jedi. Anyway. Oh. But showing Lando getting embedded into Jabba's palace, that sounds boring. That's the kind of thing that it would work for, like, a short story. You can't have a movie with that in it because you kind of need to focus on, that whole Empire thing that needs to be defeated in this third movie of the trilogy. You kind of need to get to that. So you can't, that's why they only spend the first act here.
Oh, I think Star Wars is good. Yeah, we actually talked this about the beginning. We think Empire, OG, and then Return for, like, the original trilogy is kind of the order. Yeah. I mean, it's a good end. It's not the best way they could have ended it, but it's a solid ending.
Mm-hmm.
I would say.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and again, it only gets enhanced as far as being a decent ending when you look at Episode 9. You look at Rise of Skywalker, because that's technically, canon-wise, the definitive ending. And it's kind of like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Tales of Jabba's Palace. Oh. Hey, there is a short story.
See? Okay.
Yeah, see that
it's not necessary for the movie.
That's one of those things where, and we actually talked about this in when we're doing Star Trek 2009. Never assume people are going to read things or have anything to do with other things that has to do with your property, so that they can understand what's happening in your movie. Always assume they're not going to watch. They're not going to listen, read, watch, anything. Look at nothing. So all they have is the movie. Now, if you want to add other things, like I don't need to read about, I wouldn't need to read about Lando's infiltration in order to understand what was happening in Return of the Jedi. But I kind of need to know why all of a sudden a bunch of Romulans from the future had Bortec on their miner ships. I need to know why there's like advanced weaponry on these mining ships. That doesn't make any sense to me.
No.
Also, I shouldn't have to play a game that has nothing to do with the franchise in order to know something that's happening in a movie. I.e., I shouldn't have to play Fortnite in order to know something that is referenced in the title crawl, which is vital to fully understanding what's happening at the beginning of the movie. And I mean very beginning. I'm talking about in the title crawl. Beginning of the movie. Which is what Rise of Skywalker did.
Right.
Because the message that is referenced in there, which literally kicks off the movie, you had to play Fortnite in order to know what it was.
Great marketing.
Yeah, because every single person plays Fortnite. Never assume people are going to do that. Watching Lando infiltrate Jabba's palace isn't important to the story's progression. Yes. Why doesn't he complain about why we don't see Leia and Judy setting up the fake capture? Because it's not integral. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, when Leia shows up at Jabba's palace, she's in the bounty hunter disguise, and then by the time Luke gets there, she's in the slave Leia outfit. Well, how did she get into that outfit? We didn't see her put that outfit on, so how did she get to it?
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's some.
It's not important.
It's like we don't need to see everything in order to.
Yes.
Yeah, like we don't need to see Leia changing into a bikini, even though I'm pretty sure other short films have decided to show us that.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
I'm just sure. I'm sure of it.
Rule 34.
Yep. So anyway. Dun, 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 dun,
Have Luke show up, offer a peaceful negotiation.
He did.
He does.
And just fucking let loose and fight everybody with Lando's help.
He did.
That
They
is
can fight
basically that is what happened.
That is what happened. Movie, why didn't you do this thing that you did?
Boba Fett and have Boba get a really good final fight that feels.
Okay, but Boba Fett was not, at this point, a character that anyone really, that enough people gave a shit about. For that, okay? He wasn't developed, he hadn't, there's... Why should a character like that get that big of an epic scene, right? Han got his revenge.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. That's all that was needed in that scene. Because technically, I think it's Boba Fett that turns him in, right?
Yes.
Right? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Han is him kind of swinging that shit around is kind of what led to him being eaten by the Sarlacc. Thrown into the Sarlacc pit, I guess, would be the better way to put that. So.
Is he mad that Luke wasn't bloodthirsty?
Luke wasn't a vampire.
No.
0 out of 10.
Satisfying. Maybe the other characters actually do get captured in previous
They did get captured.
But wait, whoa. The other character's getting captured in an unseen scene. Is that what is he about to say
sorry. Oh, I missed it. Okay.
Captured in previous unseen attempt to save Han. Maybe.
Why would you? This is a one shot.
But
this is one shot.
But that would require. That's lazier writing.
Why would they blow it in the first? It took a year to scout out everything and know everything so that they could do this.
Oh my god!
Why would they?
It would be far worse if Luke goes there and all his friends are captured
and fails. Can you imagine if the beginning of this movie would have happened if Luke would have failed?
Yeah, Han is captured, and so are everyone else. You as an audience member, you'd be going, "Wait, when did that happen? Why wasn't that shown? Because that sounds exciting." So we see the beginning of this movie. They are trying to get Han using stealth. They're not trying to just go in guns a-blazing.
That's why the guns a-blazing plan was literally the
last resort. It was literally the last resort.
They didn't want to draw a lot of attention because they didn't want the Empire to see anything either. Right? They wanted to get in, they wanted to get out, they wanted to make a big show of it. Okay, whatever.
Maybe they already planted themselves like Lando did. This can be done so that we can see all the characters doing something cool in the first few scenes.
Doing something cool.
Making a movie worse because you wanted people to do something cool. Leia strangling the guy that had enslaved her with the chain that he enslaved her with is pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Like, Han kind of stumbling around and accidentally being a badass is kind of awesome. He's just like, he kind of stumbled around, he's blind, he's trying to be helpful, and then he ends up saving Lando when he easily could have let him die. But Han also doesn't want to owe him. That's another thing. He doesn't want to owe him.
Yeah.
So,
Colin P. Smith, hold on. He's complaining about not seeing the planning and infiltration, then suggesting they have all those events happen off screen. Make up your mind, pal.
You're 1,000%. Now, Leia getting changed, I would have fought. Colin.
Have a quick action scene to set the stage and get the group back together.
He did.
Then have Luke go back to Dagobah, split up with the party so that he can talk to Yoda and Obi-Wan.
He did.
Since this is a plot point that's actually worth revisiting. Then cut between Leia and the other characters on a counteroffensive against the Empire. Have the...
That's what's happening!
They are setting up, they are preparing to do a final battle against the Empire. An enemy that is formidable and way more powerful than them. That they have been setting up. By the way, this is how you make a strong female general. Fucking Holdo. Just FYI. They're literally setting this up. Like, this is the final battle. These are the people that are going to be going up against the Empire.
Right.
Who has thousands upon thousands of people.
And as far as they know, Luke won't be there because he's gone back to Dagobah to finish his training. So they're down their most powerful asset. Because Luke only shows up at the end of the meeting.
Yeah. And they're just like, oh, thank God. Yes. All right, cool. He's going to be there. And he goes there with them and then
Librarian has a good point. Saving Han mirrors the saving of Leia from the first movie. It shows how they've grown and can work together now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
People on it, Hoovian, I haven't seen you in forever. Having Han mirror, but saving Leia this movie. What are you suggesting, Librarian? There's equality. Damsel in distresses can be male and female. And that Han and Leia are a beautiful couple, and I hate what the sequel trilogy did to them. Oh, I like this. This guy just wants more pew pew and smashing stuff. Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Indeed.
The rebels, who have been relatively hidden since the last movie, leading full assaults against...
They got their asses handed to them last movie. It's been a year. They have been like...
They've been licking their wounds.
Yeah, they got annihilated.
The opening of Empire, they get destroyed.
Their whole base of operations taken from them. They flee to the stars. and are trying to scramble to figure out what the hell are we going to do next.
Mm-hmm. And then you have Luke and Han and Leia. They go on their separate journeys. It's called a bowline story structure, where they have their 2 separate stories, and then they meet back at the end with the rebellion that is still licking their wounds and crippled.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they were getting they were tense, but they kind of were getting a little relaxed on Hoth. And because they blew up the Death Star. So they were kind of like, okay, we got the big boy. He's done. We're good.
But that was not the end of the war.
No, he's like, okay, we did it. We did that. And they got a little bit more like, but then you also have to remember the Empire has such this, they're literally an empire. It's not just the name. That is what they are. They are a massive multi-system, pretty much the whole galaxy is run by them. All right. Except for kind of like the outer realms and whatever. But it's like you have like a almost galaxy-wide empire with seemingly unlimited resources at their disposal. And this is who's fighting them.
Yes.
So, just I thought.
Empire base. Our characters can be seen as war heroes, strategic masterminds. We can see their full evolution as heroes actively fighting and winning the war. We can see some kind of battle or...
Do you realize how big of a blow it is to your morale? And that you have to talk to the group of people who just got their asses handed to them the last time they went up really big against the Empire? That, hey, by the way, you got another Death Star.
Yeah.
The reason they wanted to go ahead and hit it is because they didn't think it was finished. Honestly, if they would have known it was finished, I don't know if this movie would have panned out the exact same way or not. Because they kind of did they did the ground assault and then the attack from space, thinking it wasn't operational. And the second they realized it was operational, it was a whole different ballgame.
Yep.
Because that's a planet-destroying space station. In a single blast, it can take out an entire planet. So, just a thought.
Skirmish where they come across information about the second Death Star.
I don't think you could get more underdog than this movie.
Wait, what was his point?
Oh, I don't know. I got really caught up in the underdog story.
Yoda and Obi-Wan. Since this is a plot point that's actually worth revisiting. Then cut between Leia and the other characters on a counteroffensive against the Empire. Have the rebels, who have been relatively hidden since the last movie, leading full assaults against Empire bases. Our characters can be seen as war heroes, strategic masterminds. We can see their full evolution as heroes actively fighting and winning the war. We can see some kind of battle or skirmish where they come across information about the second Death Star.
Then what would be the point of them having the strategy meeting?
The strategy meeting is to cut that out. You don't need to show that.
Yeah.
Hey, look, this, we're
many
already...
Bothans died to bring us this information.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell a Bothan is.
I don't either, but it's like, oh.
But yeah, people died to bring us this information about this second Death Star. It's like, yeah, that big thing we just destroyed, they're building another one.
Yeah. And we're way worse off than we were when that first one happened. And we need to go ahead and we need to attack as soon as possible because they were led to believe it wasn't functional yet. They probably would not have attacked like that had it been functional.
Right.
And they would have known that. They would have probably come up with a different strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Then they regroup, plan the assault on the second Death Star. Keep the final battle separate.
So, okay, he's suggesting that they show us, like, they have... See, that's how you get 20-hour-long movies that have a bunch of shit in there that you don't need. I don't need to see how they discovered the new Death Star. Like, these people, whatever.
Yeah,
you know, I
it's
don't
a
need
war.
to see that.
They have intelligence agents.
Yeah.
Okay, that's easy enough. I can understand that.
Okay, you got your information. People died to bring it, and it's even more tragic because it ends up being a plant for the Empire to give you, and it had false information in it. So a bunch of people died for almost no reason.
Mm-hmm. It's Manny Both Hands, an Italian mobster on Tatooine.
It's hilarious. Oh my god.
Separated into two halves. Han, Leia, and the others fighting the Empire's forces either on the ground or in the air, it doesn't really matter, while Luke fights Vader inside the Death Star.
Okay, the reason why this was a three-pronged assault is, well, A, the Luke going and confronting the Emperor wasn't really part of the plan with the Rebel. So technically...
No, Luke did not go there with the intention of... Luke did not join the strike team to take down the shield generator.
No.
In order to face Vader. That happened on the fly.
Yeah, so you can tell the second he senses Vader, he's like, oh shit.
I shouldn't have come.
Oh no.
Yep.
Yeah, so he gets Vader off. He's like, no, we can't do this. We gotta take this elsewhere. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And so technically, it wasn't supposed to be a two-prong attack. You're supposed to, hey, look, we found out that they have a shield generator on the moon. That's right there near it. Okay? And we need to take that out in order to have any sort of hope of destroying the second Death Star.
Right.
We can't do anything in space. So
destroy the shield generator, then the fleet will arrive and take out the Death Star before it becomes operational.
Luke going and seeing the Emperor, not even part of the plan.
Nope.
That wasn't even, it's not, nobody was expecting that. So it became a three-pronged attack by pure accident. So, okay.
The Jedi doesn't even be the only thing returning. Basically have the overall theme be the heroes returning to form.
But they
I feel
are.
like I'm giving suggestions for a movie.
But they literally are. Oh, Akbar. They did you so wrong. Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, but they did. I don't understand that. They did.
That isn't even out yet. And the disappointing thing is that this movie already fucking happened. And I'm not the biggest fan of the final product. There's still a lot of effort being put forth, but overall it stands as the weakest movie in the trilogy.
Okay, that point I agree with.
Yeah, it is. I agree. Yeah. Yeah.
With help from some glaring issues that a lot of people ignore.
Oh no.
Also, that stupid ass song in the special editions.
Awful.
Yes, I'm going to talk about it. I can't hold it in any longer. The CGI is already dated. How does the CGI in the prequels look perfectly fine, but this looks like fucking garbage? Why did they refilm the whole sequence? They even got that same dancer girl. Good thing black don't crack because she looks exactly the same.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Wow.
Unexpected racism. Boom. Whoa. Jesus.
But still, do you really need to redo the whole scene? That's just a waste of resources.
No, this is why you don't let... how do I put this? George Lucas did this, right? This was George Lucas?
Yes, George Lucas was responsible for the special editions.
This is why you don't let him run rampant.
No. No, Lucas was at his best when he had other people to kind of help rein him in.
Yeah.
When
he's like
when he got rid of all those people, he surrounded himself with a bunch of yes men.
He's like, if you are like playing I don't know, like a D&D game, he is the guy that is the support magic. He makes everyone, when he's supporting people, he helps bring people to their best, right? But if you take all those people away, it's really difficult for him to do anything because he uses support magic. So
and he didn't start off that way. When they were building Industrial Lights and Magic, there's pictures of George, when he was visiting the special effects department to see how things were progressing, of him getting a hammer and like helping build some of the models. He didn't start off as the aloof director who just he can't take negativity, so he surrounds himself with a bunch of yes men. He didn't start off that way.
What?
Yeah.
What a waste of resources. This was fully funded by Lucas and not by. This literally cost investors. Oh,
that's a good point.
Interesting.
That's a good point, Chris.
I didn't know that either. Awesome. All right. Good. I'm glad he used his money to do that. I think the original cuts of the trilogy were fine. I actually prefer them all to the add-ons. Yeah, no, same. I've seen enough of the special editions. It's like, if you want to release, like 4K Star Wars, whatever, fine. But like, you don't need to add that. That's why you have like the when Lord of the Rings was 4K editions were released, it comes with the theatrical in 4K and the extended editions in 4K. So whichever one you preferred, here's a higher resolution for you, right? They should have done that. Hey, you want your special editions where here's some extra, here's a version with extra content, and here's the original. There you go. Take your pick. Oh my god, can you not thing? I swear to God, stop it.
Sources. This scene isn't even that important. It lasts like...
It's literally not important at all.
like a minute. And the song you made is hilariously bad. I don't know what...
It's terrible.
And obnoxiously catchy, which is the worst part of it. That's the worst sin, is that it's like the beat gets in your head. You're just like, stop. Go away. You're not even good. Go away. Stop it.
These things, yeah, but they're not fucking brass instruments. So how are they making that noise? This motherfucker just has a harmonica. It's just a regular harmonica. Why is there a sexy Rhodian woman with...
Okay, this is the best part of the video so far. This is funny as
breasts. Where do these drums come from? They weren't even in there before. This isn't Star Wars.
Okay. Oh, that was funny. Oh my god.
This isn't Star Wars.
Okay, now it's getting annoying.
Oh,
this is getting annoying. All right, we overdid it.
Oh god.
Oh.
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 Oh, so that's how you want to end your video? Okay.
I guess we're done.
Well, we've now watched the Cosmonaut Variety Hour. How in the world does he have over 1 million subs?
I don't know.
Spike and Madness think the Force is over.
That wasn't the worst video we watched by far.
No.
Hilariously enough, I thought that was going to be the worst thing because I have heard some things about his channel. I still think the Renegade cut was the worst. By far. I don't think it's a competition.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because the Renegade cut video was one of those. It was bad, but he was also extremely arrogant.
Very pretentious.
This guy, I didn't get as much arrogance, just stupid.
Well, I think what the worst part of it is his fixes, what he wanted to like make it better, most of them were what actually happened in the movie.
Yes.
And then
his fixes would have made it far worse.
But then like the other fixes that he had that weren't already in the movie were, yeah, that would have made them way worse. I don't.
Right.
It's a weird one. I'm tired, but I think it's because I'm hungry. It didn't really melt my brain that much. There was that one take where, yeah, when he didn't understand why, he didn't understand Palpatine's plan. That was brain melting.
Right, because it's kind of simple.
Yeah. Lure your enemy into a false sense of security. They'll drop their guard, and then lure your enemy into a false sense of security by giving them false information and enough correct information for them to believe it. And then cause your enemy to divide. So they divide their forces, and then capture them and turn their whole plan on its head because you're there waiting for them. You lie in wait. So they've dropped their guard, and now you are full on attacking them with everything you've got. So when I watch videos like that, I feel like my IQ goes down. I need to watch something really, really awesome in order to correct it. That's hilarious. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm very hungry. I had a late breakfast, so I kind of skipped lunch.
Yeah, same here.
You've been snacking on potato chips this whole time. You can't talk about being hungry. So
I identify as hungry.
Is it? What are your pronouns? I just want to make sure I'm not offending anyone here.
Yeah. Yes, J.O.S.H from Project Storytime identifies as hungry. Hungry is my pronouns.
Hungry is your pronouns. I don't know. That was a much tamer video than I thought it was going to be.
Except for the shrieking at the end.
Yeah, well, yes. That was a 20-minute video. Hold on. Let me get... I'm going to go onto my channel for just a brief moment. I want to know how long last stream lasted longer, 4 hours and 20 minutes. And it was a 10 minutes half the video time. That video got 2 million views. Yeah. Ha! Look. He started talking smack. And then he played himself. Everything's going according to my plan. Yes.
Damn it, Chris. Now I want tacos.
Oh, no. Okay. Mubonuvian apparently identifies as hangry. Excellent. Oh, those are your pronouns. or crunch and burp. That's hilarious. It's amazing. My chat is the smartest chat. I have peak chat, except when they're making fun of me.
Oh.
And then it's bad chat. But when they're making fun of you, it's peak chat. That's how this works. I identify as the Senate. Oh no, Palpatine. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's funny. I don't really have a whole lot to say about that video, actually.
It's Cosmonaut Variety Hour, so it's inherently forgettable.
That wasn't even close to being one of the worst ones.
No, that one was not as brain melty, but it was still. It was more just.
Oh, it was.
How are you this stupid?
It was just like, I guess he just didn't understand something, you know. And if he had understood it, then most of his points wouldn't have been made, because a lot of his points came from just not understanding what was happening in the movie. Which, I mean, fair enough, but if you're going to do a video on it telling me why a movie sucks, then you need to understand what is happening in the movie. So it's in the movie, it's pretty clear that what Palpatine's plan was. And I can't remember if he says that explicitly, but you can pretty much piece it together. So, I don't know. Just realized part of my hair's been standing up. How dare it? This is riveting conversation. My goodness.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just keep thinking of tacos.
Oh, I'm just going over the video in my brain, and I'm just like, is there anything else? Like,
Tacos are better than thinking of this video.
Interesting theory. It's a video made by a person who doesn't seem to have actually seen the movies, and has pieced together his review from clips and book reviews. I don't know.
I don't know, because
it seems like he's
reviewed. His channel is huge. He has over 1 million subs.
Yeah.
And he has a ton of videos with reviews all over it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's watched. I think he's watched it. It's just like he didn't understand.
Yeah.
Palpatine's plan.
Which I think it's not that complicated. It's a trap.
Yeah, it's literally there's a meme about his plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of like, I think that was the main problem, is he didn't understand Luke's plan. He didn't understand Palpatine's plan. You know, I agree the Ewoks were a bit much, and so
yeah, I've never said that the movie's perfect.
No. Kind of just, you know. Yeah. Are you guys sad now? No, I'm just thinking over the video. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. I was just thinking over it.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out, is there anything else I have to say, but I can't think of anything. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm probably in this right now, honestly, because I don't have anything more to say. That's pretty much it. It was, yeah.
Yeah. I've never thought it was the best of the original trilogy, but it's far better than this guy's making it out to be.
Yeah, it's not.
It is structured very well, despite its flaws.
Yeah, exactly. It's good. It's not great. Like Empire, in my opinion, is great, but it was good, but especially when you compare it to the sequel trilogy and how Star Wars technically ends, it's
yeah.
Way better. We got a way better ending with this. So, yay, we did it. Yay, we did the thing.
Jolly good show, not all.
Oh my goodness. It took way less time.
Yeah.
I think you guys were astonished that this guy didn't get the movie, which is what people these days that didn't grow up with this movie. Well, I watched it, but I didn't really give a shit about Star Wars until, I guess, and considering my life somewhat more recently. You know, I was like, I thought Vader was cool, but other than that, it's like, meh. It's whatever. I preferred Doctor Who and Star Trek way more than I did Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It just seems like he didn't understand the plans, which are understanding what the plans were is pretty crucial to understanding this movie, because there are two main big plans. You have Palpatine's plan, or technically three, if you want it. The Rebels' plan, Palpatine's plan, and Luke's plan at the beginning of the movie. So,
yeah, I still can't get over how he wanted more action as they snuck into the enemy base.
Yeah, right. Go eat to make up for this waste of time. It was not. I had fun and I got to hang out with y'all, so it was fine.
Yeah.
I don't ever want you to hear you bless this few days sacred Ewoksian. Yub for knife. Oh my god. Oh my god, we have an Ewok purist over here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm pretty much done. 6 o'clock. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Meh.
Yeah, I don't really have much more to say.
Yep, I'm pretty much done. So, do you want to show anything, or are you still kind of meh?
Things in my personal life look like they've started to calm down, so I should be able to have time to do recording and stuff again soon.
Nice.
So, hopefully there'll be content by the end of the month.
All right, cool.
After over 2 months of nothing.
Yeah, it's all right. But yeah, I have Monday Batwoman, I think.
Yay!
I don't know. I'm not looking ahead on the schedules anymore. I'm assuming Monday Batwoman, which is great and wonderful as always, 'cause it's Batwoman. So, yeah, I mean, obviously Tuesday I do the round table. I think it's on Clobbering Times this Tuesday.
I think so.
I'm remembering that, yeah. And then next Saturday. Unless something happens otherwise, which sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but whatever.
Yeah.
So I am going to go get food. So thank you all for coming and being here and chilling, I guess.
For 4 hours.
So bye,
right.
everyone.
Bye, everyone.
I have to find my outro. There it is.